adapt. We remove those things that are no longer useful. I do have a request. Daniel.
Hello,
Welcome in, Daniel. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. So you're talking about how do you shed what no longer serves you. So basically, you're talking about biblical perspective or what?
No, not really. I mean, you can definitely take into account different ancient writings and teachings if you'd like to help you assist in shedding what no longer serves. But even those ancient writings may be something that you may need to look at to see if there's something that is beneficial for you or not. So
Right.
anything is under
I'm glad you're
question.
not. I'm glad you're not looking for a fight because I'm all fought out. You know what I mean? I'm tired of talking to people who are hell bent on having conversations about things that don't really do anything for them in the long run. You know, trying to convince people of anything. Um, I'm just the type of person that wants to kind of have an equilibrium in my life and a balance in regards to the way that I see things, because I know that we live in a world that's so full and permeated with lawlessness and foolishness and debates and deceptions that there's no use for any real lack of camaraderie or friendship when people conduce themselves and reduce themselves down to the level that they have a conflict with another person when they could just as easily have resolution with them. I think that's rooted in trauma. And anytime it's rooted in trauma, it doesn't necessarily do anything for the individual to change the space in their head and just have a way to separate from that trauma and see it for what it really truly is. I know a lot of times, see, with me, I struggle with thoughts of other people, all the thoughts of other people and what they think and that what they've lied about and their deceptions and their evil doings and all those different types of things. Although I've been a pretty straightforward individual and a hardworking individual and loving individual and a caring individual in my life, and taking off that false pretense of being and not just doing, because you can't do and be at the same time. A lot of people think that you can, but you really can't. A being is not the doing, and so when you understand how to be, then your doing becomes a product of your being, not the other way around. And a lot of people do it the other way around. They think that their doing is what makes their being. And that's why we have all the suffering in the world and the things that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis that we struggle with mentally, socially, economically, spiritually, physically, and etc. But
And really it's a cycle that people are stuck in, a cycle of aggression and intensity, and they think that the world is just all a fight all the time in a
yeah,
way because they're fighting for survival in this. So it creates them to think that this is the only way to communicate. And this is how you get your point across and change people's minds is through aggression and
yeah, and there's nothing wrong.
overpowering.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. There's nothing wrong with hate. You know what I mean? If it's applied in the proper way. But nowadays, people don't apply hate the way it's supposed to be applied. It can be useful, but it's useful only when you transmute it in love. That's how hate is useful. When you transmute it in love, then it becomes something that's not only good for you, but it's good for the other person. And so when I love somebody from intensely from the heart, then I understand that the heart has many treacherous things in it. It's the source of many problems and issues in our lives. The what we search out from the heart. And if I say to my heart, hey heart, this mind understands what you want, but is it good for you that I seek that which is not good for you? And and then tells the heart, hey, this is the solution to make you feel rejoiceful and have you to have a perspective towards seeing this in a manner that brings forth positive change. And that to me is what's most important in life. Giving somebody a chance to change properly, because people can't change if they're not alive, and people can't change if they haven't had the opportunity to see the error in the way that they're doing things by the subjugation of what is better than their circumstances. Because people that don't have motivation to change, they often just spiral down into worse circumstances.
Thank you for that, Daniel. Apollo, welcome in.
Hi guys, how are you doing today?
Good, good. We're talking about having our brains be malleable, being able to shed those things that don't serve us anymore. How do you shed things that don't serve you? What have you told people that are struggling with this, holding on to things?
Oh, the probably easiest way would be to see how did it serve you, because there is always a positive side to something that looked negative. So if you would find the positive side, it would be very easy to let go of it, because it would be considered a lesson or a teaching or a repetition or a way of thinking to bring you forward.
Mm. That's a big thing that I learned to do for like when it comes to the religion I was a part of. When I saw it as the positivity that it brought me, I was able to work through the stuff that I didn't like about it. And I no longer held resentment towards people who were maybe really stuck in that mindset still. I had almost compassion for them, honestly. So that was a powerful point there, Apollo. Thank you for that. I did also want to welcome in Lorena Heiss. Thanks so much for coming up.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
I
anytime.
know I threw something in the comments, but I just wanted to add my advice to people would be don't take it personal. It has absolutely nothing to do with you, especially if it's outside like of yourself, like other people's beliefs, opinions, or thoughts of you are just in their head. So don't take it personal.
That is very powerful.
Yeah, and that's something that I was talking about earlier, because I focus on a lot of the different things that I'm dealing with in my life emotionally and spiritually, because I do think that I have the true perspective on what is, most palpable to success in circumstances. Because a lot of people, they think success is palpable to the things that they have, or the outworking of their livelihoods as far as their jobs or family is concerned. And those things are actually the opposite, and actually are what bring people into the problems that they have in their life. And so, being the type of person that's been in situations where I would look at other people and I would always be very judgmental, but when I realized that that judgmentalness was God preparing me, and realizing that it wasn't about the fact that I was being judgmental, because it was just opinion. It was just my own opinion of what it is that I was going through from the subjugation of where I was in my life at that time. And being in that state of mind during that time was preparing me for something that was more serious. And that even though I had my feelings about what was going on from a godly perspective, it was showing me that this judgmental attitude that you have, it's not about utilizing that judgmental attitude for what is, you know, your opinion towards others and applying that on them. It's about understanding that this judgment that you're having about your own thoughts in your own mind is going to lead you to understand these people better. And once you understand them better and you look at the humanity in them rather than the darkness in them, you might see the darkness, but the darkness is in everybody. Everybody has a darkness or a dimmed light. But if you understand that that light is still there, then you can show them from the opposite perspective what is good so that they don't follow that way of the darkness any longer, and show them what love is about by understanding what they consider to be love. And being a young child and always having that sort of opinion about people, where I was always looking at other people as if they were doing things the wrong way. And then I would hear people say, no, mistakes are just a way for us to learn. And then I was like, no, mistakes are not a way for us to learn, because if we learn from the mistakes without doing them, then we still learn from whatever it is. You know what I mean? We can look at mistakes. I've always been this type of thinker that was like, I can look at the mistakes of other people and understand that that's something that I don't want.
You ain't gotta tell me twice.
And a lot of times when my mind has a certain perspective towards seeing it, I would always be so empath. Then it got to the point where I was like, I'm so empathetic, or having empathy towards these people. And then I thought about that word empathetic, and it was like, it sounds pathetic. And so it's like I'm being pathetic trying to get these people to realize something that they will never really truly want to see. And so it's like me being a Bible reader and loving God and caring about God. I care about what God thinks, but I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I know that's not my responsibility. Why would I try to convince somebody of a God who is all powerful, and I can look out and see the vastness of space and the vastness of the earth and everything, and how much power he holds in his fingertips to defend somebody who could do that? And I have no way possible of even
Hello?
comprehending how it was done.
Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hi,
Hi, can
welcome
you
in.
guys hear me? Thank you for letting me up. Sorry, I'll let you finish. And then can I go
Very
after?
rare.
Can I go after by any chance?
Oh yeah, Daniel, did you have any final thoughts there before Naya goes?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that ultimately, when we value our own self as others,
This
and we look
taste
at our
what?
perspective as being the perspective of all, and not just our own perspective or the collective
There it is.
consciousness. Because I learned something yesterday that really kind of scared me, and it was this guy that was talking about the
Is it me?
Romans. And the Romans being the type of people who were a hive mind type of way of thinking, and how they would get these young boys and they would do acts with them at like 12 years old, and then they would basically teach them to do it with other boys, and then all of them would build this hive mind consciousness, learn to trust each other through this kind of hive mind way of thinking. And then after they trust each other, then they would force the boys to commit murder. And then it was like basically adding to
Well,
it this element of camaraderie, killing or unaliving, camaraderie unalivement. And
I
so
know about that.
but well,
and,
hold on.
and
Wait,
Wouldn't
so
you
love,
agree
can I?
that
No,
all
Josh,
society back
Josh.
in the
I
day
was
agree
next.
wait a minute.
12-year-olds
I'm
were
not
married, and
finished
so
talking.
they would be the same as the
Hold on.
12-year-old.
Can I
Josh.
finish talking? Can I finish saying what I'm going to say, and I'll give you
Finish in your
your
Go for
turn.
it.
nonsense. Keep going.
So,
Keep going.
so when it comes to people that are narcissists, they think like that. They think like it's all about the hive mind consciousness. It's all about how I can get other people to agree with me. And if I get them to agree with me, then I got satisfaction out of that. And they think they have the power placed in their realm because of them having the ability to get somebody to agree with them on something. But it's me looking at the other person and saying that person's way of thinking is my way of thinking, but my way of thinking just hasn't come to the conclusion that they've come to in their own mind. But that way of thinking is palpable to me saying, no, I don't have to think that way. I don't
Wait,
have to have
Daniel.
that
Daniel,
perspective.
Daniel, and Das. Can I speak? Am I free to do so now?
We were just letting Daniel land.
Yeah. So all
I
I'm
give
saying
you access. I
is
give
that
you allowable.
when it all goes down to the bare minimum facts, we as individuals have the perspective to be anything that we want to be in the eyes of other people. But when it comes to our own perspective of what we consider love to be, it has to fall into alignment with a higher self revelation. And the higher self revelation is not connected to other people as their own self, but understanding they are the self.
Like,
They
please,
they
can
are
I
the
speak
personality.
from real experience? Like, you guys read it from books. I actually live this stuff. Can I talk, please?
Wait a minute.
No, I'm
Okay.
being dead serious.
Just hold your turn.
You're being very rude, so that's why you're not allowed access. We even opened the mic
Came
up
in
for you.
nice, but
When you came in, you were very rude, and when you came in, we allowed you by being quiet and not saying
you guys
anything to
don't know
say what you
anything
had to
about
say.
this. I actually know about it.
So
Like,
so
this is
so
my
all I'm gonna
family.
say is
Like,
that you can learn a lot from other people and their ways
I
of thinking
do.
and the ways that they
And I
think
asked nicely earlier if I
that are
could just talk.
negative, but they seem to think they are positive ways of thinking, but they're actually quite negative.
Really think people think that deep? Nobody in my family does. Tell you that.
Yeah, nobody in my family feels. I feel like some of them do, some of them don't. I mean, but I think a lot of people do think that deeply. It's just we have to give them the ability to let their voice be heard. A lot of times they don't want to open up because they don't feel it's a safe place.
Well, but it's a fine line because you can talk nonsense. Listen, we can talk nonsense over Thanksgiving. I can dance that dance and I can be the nice guy. But eventually, I'm gonna snap, and they know it. They know it. The whole
Uh
family
oh.
knows.
See,
They
that's
know.
why. That's
They know
why.
I'm gonna come out.
That's why they don't let you. They
Well,
don't
that's
let you
why I ain't
in.
been to a Thanksgiving dinner in about 5 years.
Yeah. Well, there
That's
may
what you
be
have to
some
decide. Are you
beliefs that
willing to
may
make
need
that
to be
decision?
shed.
Well, there it is.
It and if it's not worth it to be in that situation for you, then I would not put myself in
Well,
that
and I wouldn't
situation.
put them in that
That's fine.
situation because I know they all agree. And I'm the one outsider. I'm the black sheep and I get it. And so I almost don't want to intrude on their little, whatever, their hate fest or whatever they want to get involved in.
Yeah.
Um,
I
it's like,
separated
I
myself
don't want
from
to dance
my
that
birth.
dance. It's like,
I
I'll just
separated.
let it go.
I separated myself from my birth family as well, so I understand where you're coming from. To a certain
And
degree,
it's okay.
obviously,
You
our
can talk to
experience
them
is
on the
different.
outside. I talk to my mom sometimes, but it's
Yeah.
okay. It's
Hey, welcome
like
in, Dustin.
temporary bits. That's what it is. Little small bits.
Megar,
But
welcome in.
those occasions, I've learned to almost take a step back. It's
No
almost
worries,
Good
Das.
afternoon.
before it used to be okay, but now no.
No worries, no worries. Das, did you want
I
to
don't know
answer this
what's
prompt,
changed
or were
though,
you
because
answering
it's
it?
almost like everybody was always emotional.
Yeah. Did you want to
What
answer
are
this
you talking
prompt?
about? The main topic?
Yeah. Or have you kind of answered it with
How do
what
you
you were
shed
saying
what
there?
no longer serves you? But then you're talking about what no longer serves you. Like God will always serve you. How can you shed that? How do you shed an angel? An angel will always be with you. It's like you don't shed that.
God serves
So what
you.
are you talking about?
Do you think
And
God
what
serves
serves
you?
you is God. Why? How would you ever shed that? Don't make no sense. You would never
I have a
shed that.
question for you. Do you think that God serves you?
Do I believe God serves me?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Of course.
Yes.
It's God. There's a hierarchy though. There's God, angels,
Okay.
Jesus,
So do
John the
you think that
Baptist,
it's God,
angels, friends.
or do you think it's the creation that serves you? Is it God or
No,
is it
no,
His
no. It's not.
creation?
It's not the. So you believe we came from dust? That's a Darwinian aspect. Is that what you're
No,
getting into
that's
this?
not Darwinian.
It
That's
it
That's
is
that's
because you believe
messianic.
that it. You believe you came from dust.
No,
I
that's
think that
messianic.
Das is just an argument. He's just a polar
Yeah,
opposite kind of a guy. He doesn't actually want to have a conversation.
he
He's
has
completely closed
narcissistic
off.
tendencies.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to give those two people a chance in here today. I've talked to both of them in the past, but they don't really give other people a place to speak is the only problem. and they'll either leave on their own terms, or if they're hard-hearted, I'm like, okay, maybe find a new panel.
Yeah, I mean, rude people to me, they do serve a purpose because ultimately it shows us the darkness in people's hearts and how they're so wanting for somebody else's approval. Like I said, earlier, it's the system that's put this kind of way of thinking that's like, I don't really know, but I think I know because I've been fed information about knowing it, and that
Yeah,
that to me is scary.
it's the echo chamber and the community that you're a part of that can create a belief system for you that can be stronger than it needs to be, especially in these times we live in. Well, Lorena, sorry about that. Lorena is unmuted. Did you want to speak on this?
So, another way, remove yourself. Say, no, thank you. Just as if we'll ask, no, thank you. And remove yourself.
I can't hear you very
I can't
well.
hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. So, it's as simple as saying no, thank you, and removing yourself. No, thank you. Um, we've all heard the phrase, if you're not learning anything, you're in the wrong room. Or if you're the smartest one in the room, you're in the wrong room. Sometimes you have to remove yourself when it no longer serves you. No, thank you.
There we go. We just had a perfect little exercise in that to keep the peace. Because peace is definitely not something everybody is comfortable with. People need turmoil. They're used to turmoil. It's their brain cycle, and it becomes a part of them. Oh, we got Chris requesting up. Go ahead, Lorena. Were you about to respond to that?
I think some people's love language is drama.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Those are the kind of people we try to avoid because it can be too much. At first, you want to hang out with them, but then after a year or so, it's like, oh, my goodness, this is too much. I feel that so much. All right, I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak here. We do have a new panel member, Chadwick, but Chris, you're up next. Chris, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I went out and did some surfing. I took a few pictures of some fish under the water, and now I'm doing this. I took a week off from work, just staying at home and just kind of doing nothing almost.
Oh, nice.
Just enjoying my life a little bit.
I've been working on this National Treasures discovery, and I've uncovered some really amazing information.
Well, we're
I
talking on the panel today about what do you shed or how do you shed what no longer serves you?
I actually I did shed a lot in the past, like because this discovery has like changed my life. It's like a new it's a completely different life that I've never knew before. Right? It's learning everything new about these ancient prehistoric civilizations and then learning about myself. So it's about shedding the tears of the grief.
Not interrupting. Can I get a say in this?
1 second. We'll just let Chris finish his train of thought, and then Chadwick, you're right up next.
Okay.
So
No
it's
problem.
shedding those pains because what happens is we all go through these pains, right? And if you can survive them and you can learn from them, then you can shed the pain that it caused in the past and you can move forward without having to experience those pains again because you know how to deal with them in the future. So, but there's going to be more. So there's constant learning lessons that we're going to have. So don't feel bad when something bad happens to you because it's a lesson in your life that will train you and teach you something for when you come into it happens again to you. So you know how to deal with it. And then you can help someone else so they can help deal with it so they don't have to go through the same pains and then you can educate them on it.
That's
So that's it.
powerful, Chris. Thank you for that.
Really
Open it
Oh,
up for the
I
floor.
have one thing for you. This is amazing. I have decoded the zip code system of all the dates that are inside all the zip codes. It's pretty amazing what they did. Every zip
Beautiful.
code has a date within it in memory dates throughout the country. It's like wild. Like, I'll give you an example. Cherry Hill, New Jersey zip code is in memory of the 1712 slave revolt, where 21 were unalived. And the number for Cherry Hill, New Jersey zip code relates to 1712 and number 21.
Beautiful. Thank you for that little tidbit. If anybody's into numerology and zip codes, you can definitely look into it a little
It was
bit
created
deeper
by
there.
Robert Moon in 1963, the zip code system. Robert Moon. And
Yeah.
that Moon name sounds a little odd to me, but because it just happens to do with Mooney Mountain and George Washington and all that stuff. And
No worries, no worries. I love your discovery process. Chadrick, are you still with us?
Yes, sir, I'm with you, Sam.
Go ahead.
Do you guys know about the Aztec Mayans?
I'm familiar.
I am also.
Yeah.
Oh, did you guys know that they have a ball game that anyone the opposite side lose, they get sacrificed?
Yes.
Yeah, that's text. It was advanced civilization. While Europe were suffering, they were striving because they built food banks, canal. They were advanced. We are there at the time.
Right.
Yeah, very advanced civilization. And I love the history of the Aztec Mayans. You know, it's fascinating.
What
Yeah.
correlation do you think they have to one another?
Huh?
I said, what correlation do you think that they have to one another?
Well, I think that it's a tribal system.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I'm saying like what are the direct connections other than that, like you said tribal sacrifice, and then you said that they both have like this kind of way of doing things that was like systems of like food banks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What are some
Egypt was technically advanced too.
what are some more ways that you think that they correlate with one another as far as their cultures are concerned?
Oh, I don't really know the meaning of correlating. It's the first I'm hearing that word.
Yeah, I kind of got
Right.
that.
Relate.
But how do they relate? Yeah.
Oh, how do they relate to other cultures? Well, to me, when the European go over there, they think they were animals, but in fact they were advanced more than the Europeans.
Right.
Mhm.
While Europe was struggling with the Black Death, the Black Death, that plague, the Black Death, and the bubonic plague.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
all those stuff were killing people in Europe. They were using herbs and plants for make vaccine and all those stuff to treat their sick. They were advanced, pretty much advanced civilization. You
Yeah.
know, that's man,
When
it's
you have
very
a
advanced.
knowledge of the earth and like the earth's energy and your energy and you're in tune,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
I put a
Of
picture of
healing.
one of those tombs that you guys are talking about, like the Aztecs, the Mayans, the ones I found in New Jersey. It's pretty wild. They have like carvings of happy faces and all kinds of stuff on their tombs.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I
I
have had
also
this.
wanted Chadrick. I just wanted to welcome in real quick, Evan
Evan,
Schultz.
what's up,
Welcome in, my
Evan?
friend.
Everyone just bless up,
What's
bless
up?
up. Everyone can you give me a follow in the box, please?
Of course.
I'm going to follow you guys. No problem. Follow you guys.
Oh, thank
I
you,
think
Chadrick.
intentions shape a reality.
I would agree. Your intentions have everything to do with the words and the meaning of your words. Like today, I had the
Yeah.
intention of going out and surfing, but at first I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm healthy enough for it. I had a bunch of sugar last night. I'm not used to it. But then after a little while, my intention was still go surfing. So I came around and I hit the water.
I had a conversation
How did it
with
feel?
some LGBT. What? Oh, go ahead.
The
I had a
reason for
conversation.
the reason for the snake is the shedding of the skin. So that's why we have the image of the snake. Helps us to remind the shedding of what no longer is serving us anymore. Sometimes we can hold certain beliefs too strongly, and they can hinder us from making
Growth.
future steps.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
You make a good point.
Yeah, I was just trying to speak on something really quickly. Like, I had a conversation with some LGBTQ transgender people the other day, and I was just sitting around and I was having this like really productive conversation with them about how they feel about their mental health and different things like that. And like they started bashing me because I was following like this guy who apparently just like sits on his live with his shirt off. And it's like guys have their shirt off all the time, but what does that have to do in anything? Like they were trying to bash me and say that I wouldn't follow any of them, but I would follow somebody that has a live where their shirt is off. And that's just like a guy thing. But they were trying to like find reasons to like attack me. And it was so funny because like I had 2 followers on my page from that live, and they had like 27. So it was like, you're trying to bash me about something that is apparently like not even like a big deal, and basically calling me a pervert, low key calling me a pervert. And then you guys are like dressing in women's clothing and getting all these followers who are apparently clearly perverts that are following you, because that's all you talk about and whatever. So it's like that's the way that I was telling them that basically
Hold on, hold
I
on,
look at the
hold
humanity.
on. We don't want to be calling anybody clearly anything.
No, I'm not
People who
saying
follow
I'm not
them
I'm not
are
saying
interested in their own type of entertainment. We can't like
I'm not
bash
saying
somebody
that the
for their
entertainment is the
enjoyment of
problem. I'm
life.
saying that the act of basically putting me in a box based off of
Yeah.
something that you're actually doing, is the problem. And that I'm telling these people, hey, I'm trying to figure out your mental health, your mental state and everything because I have my PhD in child psychology and studies. And so when it comes to my perspective, I'm like trying to give them advice on how to improve their mental health, and they are just like going at me like wild animals. And I'm telling them that I don't mind.
You
I have
can't
no
change people
phobias
to change
towards,
themselves.
yeah, exactly, helping them to change themselves into better people, even though that is something that they like to do. If you
You
like to
can't do
wear
that.
women's clothing, you
Yeah, you can't
no,
change
no, no,
nobody.
of course not. I know that I can't change them. They have to be able to do that.
They
And
might
so
not want to. They don't have to. It's not like we need them to be a certain type of a human. Just somebody who's happy and productive and helping with the community in some way. I mean, even offering jokes is helping the community
You
in
know
some
what I
way. If
think,
we're
guys? You know what I think on
not
this
necessarily.
on topic? I think most homosexual and bisexual people have was more no most gays have low testosterone. You know?
I don't really want to get into that. We're not. It's not a medical chat.
Yeah,
Oh.
but anyway, all I was saying is that, being the type of person that looks for the humanity in people and wants to understand rather than, judge whether or not a person, of course I'm going to have my opinions. And they were getting upset at me because I was telling them that I don't support their lifestyle. And it's not that I don't support them as a life giver or a person who could give life or take away life or anything like that. It's only about the fact that I'm a human and they are humans, and I look at the humanity in people. But people tend to, when you don't agree with them, they tend to have a problem with that. And me, I'm not in the convincing business. I just don't care about whether or not a person, like I have this splinter that I got literally years ago. I got this splinter, and it has a callus over it, and it's formed over it. But then I always say eventually my body will just push it out. And so it's been underneath my skin for years and it's formed a callus over it. So I took the callus off of it and then I squeezed it and then the splinter just came out. So that's to show us that when
Yeah.
it comes to burdens in our life and things that we have to deal with that we don't necessarily agree with, we can tolerate it, but the tolerating of it doesn't mean we support it.
The best thing you can do is worry about yourself.
But that's the thing. Worrying about myself is surrender of self and loving others as myself. So when I'm getting bashed over somebody else's viewpoints because they seem to think in their minds that what they do is more important than anybody else's perspective, and I'm just trying to live my life according to the way that I'm living it. I'm in touch with my feminine side. So I don't judge anybody for being in touch with their feminine side, but I am very masculine, and I think that masculinity is intelligence. And so when it comes to a man's ability to express that intelligence, even women themselves express that intelligence as a man, but also holds on to her ladylike individuality, and that's intelligence on her part.
I said
Well, and this would be your social construct,
consciousness
which
is
is fine.
No,
Intelligence.
I can
it's
confirm
it's
about
not a
myself.
social
yeah.
construct because it proves itself in society. It proves itself by the overwhelming populace opinion that says we want our children to be able to be in a society where they can maintain their innocence as long as possible. And if they are inundated and enigmatically put in a subconscious state of psychosis because they're in the stage of their life where they are in hypnosis or the hypnotic state. That's the
That's what
first
we
12 years of a child's life. It's the hypnotic state. So
Mm.
anything that comes into their minds, it is something that is being programmed into their consciousness. So when we have parents that have the ability to keep
That
that
applies to
information
everyone.
from their children, it shows their
right.
intelligence. It shows their ability to shield their children until they can come to an age where they have fully developed their consciousness to a degree to where they can make conscious decisions. And instead of unconscious decisions, whether saying that I have personality disorder and then I'm also transgender and I have a body dysmorphia, and that body dysmorphia that I have is not attributed to the fact that I have personality syndrome, multiple personality syndrome. It is absolutely associated to having personality disorder syndrome, but they say that it's totally separate. But that's just not, as a doctor, a person that has their doctorate, I wouldn't be the type of person to put it in that spectrum to say, oh, these are totally unrelated issues. No, they are totally related and completely related to one another.
And this comes back to
Well,
knowing yourself fully. Go ahead, Lorena.
I just wanted to say, understand that that's like your beliefs and that's how you feel. And that's your reality and your perception. They have their own. You're actually complaining that they did something to you that you did first.
No,
Like
that's
you,
what I'm telling.
you
That's what I'm telling
actually
you. I
did the
didn't do
exact
it.
same thing.
I didn't do it. I was.
Hold
You,
on, one at a time. We're just going off of what you told us.
yeah. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is, you told them how you felt about them, and they told you what they felt about you.
But they were asking. That's the difference. I didn't ask them. They asked me why I felt the way that I felt. I was only asking them from a humanitarian perspective how it is that because they would get asking advice of me as a doctor because I don't practice. I don't practice my degree. I just know about psychology and I've received my degrees in
I
psychology.
understand. So I understand that if like somebody don't ask you, like they don't want to know. But the point is, like you both have individual opinions. Yours is yours. Theirs is theirs.
Well, mine is based off of scientific elements and theirs is based
It's
off of
based off
opinion.
of paper. Yours is based off of paper and experience. Theirs is based off of mainly experience,
Experience,
but maybe
and
some paper as well. So it's still their
there's
experience.
nothing. Yeah, like
And I don't fault that at all. I don't fault them for having their experience, and so I ask them
their
certain
beliefs
Okay, let's
questions.
Lorena talk.
and their opinions. What my point is, don't take it personal. It sounds like don't take how they feel personal because how
Precisely,
they,
and I totally
yeah,
agree.
all right, and yeah, and I would tell them the same thing, like because everybody has the right to their opinion, and they got the right to speak whenever they want to. But the thing is, like when you understand how and why you do something, then you can understand how and why someone else does it. It's like self-awareness makes you more aware of others as well.
Beautiful. Cyree, welcome in.
Hello, thank you for having me. I appreciate it, and I love the question there.
Yeah. How do you shed what no longer serves you? I mean, we've got a snake here, like it's shedding its skin. That's the visual.
Well, it's fun to see beliefs become more pliable. As I've been on TikTok for maybe since November, I've come across people that have changed their mind, and it's interesting because we get to do that, and I feel like we give each other permission slips to do that because we all know that experience shapes our beliefs. And if you're alive, you better be open to new experience unless you go in a corner somewhere. You don't want new experience. But that I wouldn't say is the norm. We're all out there living. And every day can surprise you. And it can surprise you more, I feel, if you're pliable in your beliefs, in your opinions, in your worldview. Because we shape them off of our beliefs and then the limited amount of knowledge that we can obtain in this short life. And I could understand that if we all knew all things at all times and we were plugged into the conscious field, there would be no division. There would just be an understanding. And we would still celebrate our cultures and differences just as we celebrate each color in the rainbow. And it would represent a unity consciousness. That's where I see us going. And the suffering that people are experiencing, I think, is coming from our stubbornness to be pliable with our beliefs. And I'm celebrating because I see it every day. And when people are bickering and going back and forth at it, what they're really saying, like Louis Armstrong, was, I love you. I recognize something in you that's in me. And I'm maybe a little curious how you got where you're at. And you might be a little bit curious about where I got where I'm at. And so we have much more in common at that point than we do otherwise. And that's what I'm celebrating, because I can find some kind of commonality. I work with people and in sales, and I'll sit down at someone's kitchen table. And when I get there and I shake their hand, we couldn't be more polar opposites as far as what society would judge us on at a drop of a hat, just based on our images. But after 2 or 3 hours, do a home improvement project and show them how to fix it and what to do. We're not talking about home improvement. We're talking about the world. We're talking about the things that we agreed on throughout our conversations. And at the very end, sometimes I'll find out that they supported so-and-so or voted for so-and-so, and it doesn't make a difference of my opinion in them, because I got to know them on an individual basis. And that's where active listening comes in. If you can really take in what someone says and extrapolate back to them what they were trying to say to you, and then respond, that's active listening. And that's where we find things in common with each other. And it's easy. So I love the question, how can we shed what no longer serves us? It's our old belief systems. And our belief systems start with your own view. What you see in the mirror is where your belief starts. And then turn around and your worldview carries that image out there. So we have this opportunity to just let go of it. And it's fun because I feel like the ego wants to say, I took years to get to this point, when really you can just decide today to be different and just be different. React differently. Don't overreact or react. Whatever it is, just be different and explore that side of yourself. And I mean, this is a discovery stage for everyone. We're all going through growing pains, and that there's congratulations in order for that. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you for allowing me to. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. That was very powerful. Active listening is a huge thing. It's a huge thing that I love to make sure is happening on my panels when people are responding, that they're not just responding with their last point of their argument or whatnot is in their head, but actually like taking in what the other people are saying and really adding to that conversation. Active listening is a trait that a lot of us are learning. It's not a trait that was taught as much as it should have been, to say the least.
Right. Well, we were told to shut up and listen in class, right? But we weren't really expected to respond. We were expected to write it down. And so it's not really in our nature, I guess. Yeah, it is like a new trick that we're learning. But if you're trying
to not have all the answers.
Yeah, and if you're searching and you're listening to try and find out where do I have something in common with this person? What is it in their words and how they speak and their cadence and their body language that I have in common with them? And you know, you could
said
even
a lot of really great things, and I want to commend you on coming up here and being able to be so articulate in the way that you expressed it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm following all you guys. I'm pretty new here.
Like you vibrate, like you radiate just this charge and energy. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, guys. We all have a voice, and we need to let them be heard and vibrate out into the world. We have this beautiful technology built into our fifth chakra where we can actually make reality with our voice and change realities. It's pretty amazing. What a gift.
Yeah, it is a gift, for sure. And a lot of people don't understand that it is a gift. And the more that we can kind of come to a conclusion in a harmonious way to understand that it is that, the more closer that we get to being in our higher self-awareness.
Gosh, you got it. You nailed it.
Beautiful. Angel, welcome in. How are you today?
Going good.
I'm well. We're talking about shedding what no longer serves us. I know you've had some things where you just like, you're able to really shed those things that try and attach themselves to you pretty easily, I feel like.
Yeah, I am. I really do. What I do is to change or shed anything is I digest what people say, and if I see when I self-reflect on what they say about me, like whatever it is, there's like probably like a bad behavior or shitty behavior. When I see it, I change it because there's no reason for it.
That brings up self-awareness as well. That's a huge step to needing to be taken if you are thinking about shedding.
Yeah, the ego doesn't want to hear that.
Precisely. That's exactly what I was thinking. The ego comes into play so much, even on the very small things. And if we can focus on it enough and for a long enough time to transmute it and say, hey, little ego, I know that you really want to have your perspective to be heard, but I don't really connect with you on that level. Let me change you into something positive so I can feed this positivity to these other perspectives that are really of a higher nature than you are, and turn you into something positive. And honestly, it's not about ego death, because a lot of times people feel like their ego is all they have, and that's the only thing that they can hold on to. It's that last shred of humanity. But when you have some sense of consciousness about what it is that is bringing you closer to that understanding that it's not about ego death, it's about transmuting the ego towards a positive standpoint and saying, this is the positivity that I can see in this person. No matter if they are a certain sexual orientation or they have any sort of discrepancies in our viewpoint or our mind's eye towards whatever it is that we consider them to be or not to be. It's just our acceptance of the fact that they, without being alive, won't have the chance to change. And a lot of people that live are not alive. And they're so fixated on trying to prove a point that their points just literally become nothing, because they don't recognize the fact that the everything is more than the nothing. And if you say what's on your mind, you have to be careful about what you say because it does create a certain sense of reality.
Ooh, that's deep.
When it comes,
Our words are powerful. Go ahead, Apollo.
well, when it comes to get something, I would probably start when I would start to think what other people are thinking about me. That would be the first thing I would shed.
Shedding of the ego is important, and I totally agree. You know, when you get to a certain level of love and appreciation for not only your own self, but understanding that the others are the self, but not that they are God. But you know, because it's like anybody who thinks that we are God, it's like chaos in a bottle, and it's just waiting to be unleashed on everyone else. If you think that if everybody was walking around saying I am God,
It
but
doesn't matter
then,
what other people think. It matters
Oh
what you think
gosh.
about yourself.
well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
If you don't believe, if you believe that you're God, and everybody was going around saying I'm God, but then we have people that have a perspective of God that's evil, then there's more evil that can come into play.
Well,
That's
they
the
got to work. They got to work through it. We can't let that worry us. They're on their journey, and we
Yeah.
have to let them walk their journey. Because if we focus on that too much, we create an enemy for ourselves. And
right,
I choose not to have enemies. I have people that don't want to be around, and they don't need to be around me. That's fine. They can keep their distance,
precisely.
but just coming to a place where I can accept anybody for their perspective and just go along with what their mindset is. And if they're willing to to hear what I have to say, I'll speak it when necessary. But for the most part, I'm going to reserve back and just kind of go along with what they're dealing with. But then if it affects my life directly, that's when I kind of step in and I have to have a conversation and be like, hey, I know that you think this way about this situation, but I've got this other way that's going to make it a better outcome. Would you, be open to seeing my perspective? Um,
And,
and saying it kind of like that too, being open about it, because there are some people we cannot separate ourselves from, whether it be coworkers or neighbors or this type of thing. You can go to great lengths to separate yourself, and if it's necessary, I would definitely do it. But if you can kind of, sometimes you have to make those difficult choices because sometimes people may hear what I say at times, be like, wow, this guy never talks to anybody unless it's going to be a positive conversation. And there are some times where, you get into those situations, but for the most part, you can avoid them, I would say. So you can just let people be where they're at
I
and
agree.
not push them too far.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, it's always about a balance and keeping and maintaining a balance as much as it depends on you as an individual. Because when it comes to language, it reveals so much about the way that we are as a person. And from the abundance of the heart, the mouth will speak. And so, it's like, um, the yourself. It's yourself because it's the or self. It's like the balance in between what is self and what is self-awareness. And then it's like if you don't understand that you being aware and being conscious are not the same thing, then you fall into the awareness as if it is being conscious, and then the consciousness will be defaulted by the amount of awareness that you have towards something that you're really not conscious about because you don't know it as you should, and you just have a belief and you think that that's faith. It's like seeing a sign on the road and you're going down the road and you see the sign, but you just keep going past it because you have a belief that the exit is the next exit, but your belief is not required for the truth to be the truth. And so you get off at that exit, and then you have to turn back around, and that's repenting. And then you find out that it actually was the truth, that first exit was the exit that you were supposed to get off on. And so you get off on that exit, and then you figure out that, yeah, this was the right place that I was supposed to be all along. And that's learning.
I love that. I love that painting. You just uh, you made a bunch of visuals in my mind. Lorena, you've been waiting a little bit. What's up?
I just wanted to say that beliefs are individualized and truths are individualized. What's true to me may not be true to you. And it's okay. Once you understand that someone else has a different belief or another belief, you understand that, and then you decide, like, am I gonna like take it personal that they have their own beliefs, like, or am I gonna like try to change them? Understanding is understanding. You can't change anybody that doesn't want the change that you want, especially when it's outside of yourself, because like you said, we all like are creators. We create our reality. Like, we create our reality with every decision that we make. Thus we are experiencing different realities. And I'm just saying, like, understanding is learning. As you learn things, you understand them. But I think the most important thing to understand is we are all having individual experiences with individual beliefs, truths, perceptions, and they're ever changing. But you have to be open to the fact that and able to change your beliefs, like at least be open-minded enough to be able to change your beliefs, or even imagine. Like, imagination is something that people like. Imagine that something outside of your belief is possible. Like, it's maybe a possibility.
That's
Or
beautiful.
Yeah, and you just have to
Well said.
remember that though it's our. You know, you have to, if you use that word our, then it's an all encumbering thing. It's coming into the oneness of everything that is. And the individuality is always going to believe what it wants to believe, according to the experiences and the subconscious development of how you've increased in your nature or decreased in the nature
So
of
this is why
a
we communicate.
collective, a collective means like, and like like all together as one. So a collective consciousness means one consciousness individualized.
May I jump in short,
everything is.
please?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Daniel. What Larena is trying to say in a very nice way is the following. Just because something is written in a Bible or in a book or on a piece of paper, even if that comes from a certain kind of society, like scientists, it is not necessarily true.
All
It
things
is
are
a
so,
personal.
but
It
not
is.
all
I
things are
know.
advantageous.
I know already that you think in a different way. The point is, everyone has a personal truth, and one cannot say we are all together and all connected, and in the same time showing a paper and say that is the truth. So you have to decide which side you're on.
Precisely. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Basically, it's taking a side and understanding that if you are going to say our, then you are including. And then when you say individual, you know, in the visual, it's like the visual. Which direction will I look?
In
You know,
division. In
it's
division.
it's a division, or it's a collective coming into harmonious union. And so it's everything is, but not everything is advantageous. So you can have something that you consider to be the truth, but does it benefit you or does it benefit others is the question. And in what way does it benefit you or others that has you to believe that that is your truth? Is it because you have a connection to a skin color? Is it because you have a connection to a past trauma? Or is it connected to harmoniousness in love and caring and respect and
So
guidance and grace and mercy
when
and
when you
satisfaction?
say truth, are you not also saying love language?
Yes, it's like a love language. That's
Okay,
really
so
what they're
there's
saying.
infinite amounts of love languages. So you could also say there's infinite pathways to your own divinity, God, whatever, higher self. And each experience is going to come up with a unique path. So that's why every experience is valued, because it's another path to love.
And
Yes, that's
right.
very valid.
So then when a person discredits another's opinion or their belief of their love language, you're telling them that you don't believe in them, that you don't believe in their experiences either. And what that does in a conversation, my gosh, the polarity it creates. And then you have a bunch of individuals in division, arguing, not listening, just ramping up the next response. And God, I mean, look at the parliament in England. These people are just screaming at the top of their lungs. Way to go, guys. You guys are doing great. Good job. You know, and
Oh my goodness.
or the press conferences where
Yeah.
these guys, they're just a bunch of animals, you know? And so I just had to say that. But to go back to the ego, and it ties in, my dad always said this to me. He said, keep your ego under the wing of your spirit and allow it to give you lift. And that is such a great visual for me. Because I love her.
And I never forget the fact that, you know, my dad was a man of many words, but a man of few words. He wouldn't speak much, but what he said went far and it impacted. So when it comes to my father, you know, my God, and the presence that he has in my life and what he's taught me as far as what is advantageous towards life, you know, it's like I do believe in what the Bible says. And I do believe, you know, that the hints and the clues that I drop is so I don't smother somebody with my faith. And I don't smother them with the assured expectation of the things that I hope for. But I get them to understand that even though Jesus had seen people that were on the road while he was walking with his disciples preaching in his name, and they was preaching in his name and performing miracles in his name, he said, don't stop them from doing that, even though his disciples wanted to stop them. He said they can do nothing against the truth. The truth is still going to be the truth. It's not going to change just because of the belief system that it's
That
implicated
unconditional
by.
love. That unconditional love. Thank.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my mom calling. Lou Seducer, welcome in.
Hey, buddy. How are
Want to make
you?
sure I give you some space to speak here. We're talking about how do you shed what no longer serves you. But yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Well, I got hired at a new job today, and I think sometimes whatever happened in our past, we can shed that, and we can start fresh. We always have the opportunity to start fresh. All of us. So that's what I have to say relating to the prompt. I mean, you know all about me.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
For many ways in which we believe, we have to define what is ethical for us to, you know, see value, belief, and cultural norms as what subjective context and independence that we have of what our emotions navigate towards. Is it comfort, compassion, justice, or empathy? You know, these are the detachments that emotionally seek clarity. In honest opinion, I feel like clarifying on ethical agreements and exposing contradictions help alleviate more better senses of flexibility, where some people can get on their high horse and emotionally take a role in justifying what emotions to detach away from, and we seek a little bit more clarity in defining what is ethically, what we expose ourselves to. Is it the contradiction of what somebody else is putting our perspective on in regards to how we supposed to perceive the shedding of, you know, ego attachments that most people to whom that bring onto the surface level of our understanding I feel like there's a depth to follow up with that. But I'll land my plane there.
Before I get into what you just stated, was that related to what I said at all or not?
No, I was just more so like I wanted to add to what Daniel was saying in regards to how other people may perceive things in our viewpoints. So he used the Jesus as an example, and so I was just backing off of that. I just had to say that.
Well, there's not much I know about Jesus, but the story tells us to forgive one another. And to relate back to what I originally said, I think we all deserve a fresh start.
Beautiful.
For sure,
Grateful
man.
human. Welcome
And
in, Grateful. 1 second, Daniel. Just wanted to make sure we welcome in, Grateful human. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How is everyone?
Well, thanks for
Good. Thanks for asking.
Good. Yes, I am glad to be here. I'm thinking about the shedding away, but I'm listening.
No worries. We have Dust Wee joining us. Welcome in.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. We're just talking about being like the snake and shedding old things that don't serve us anymore, like in our mind or whatnot, out around us too, if that's necessary.
I gotcha. I've been kind of doing a little bit of deep dive studying over the past 8 months, and the places I've gone to with this studying is just it's mind blowing.
Did you want to share anything that's on your heart about that?
I
Pertaining
did.
to shedding what no longer serves you?
I grew up very religious and all of doing all that stuff as a Baptist, but for some reason about 8 months ago I had this feeling and I started deep diving into Jesus and the Bible, and not the religious part, just what he says to do. And I started meditating and I started fasting, and dude, I feel like a new person almost. I mean, I'm not like I was a year ago. I'm just way different now. It's crazy.
I just want to say I also grew up Protestant, but I mean, you sound like a fully grown person. I was 13 when I stopped going to church, and my dad's a preacher, but he wasn't Southern Baptist. In fact, he got away from that, and became like more of a liberal type of preacher. So I always respected him, and I love him to no avail. But for me, I just said, church isn't for me. I don't get anything out of it. And he understood, and he let me stop going to church. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that we don't see eye to eye. That was his calling, and he felt like these people are going to believe what they're going to believe anyways. So he was just kind of there to guide them in the right direction.
Beautiful. And that's what we are. We're permission slips for each other.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's that, but also all that to say that I shed what was unnecessary from the Bible, and I guess you could say I cherry picked a little bit, but I wouldn't call myself religious, and that's where the difference is between people who cherry pick and are religious. That can potentially be harmful.
Yeah, when I look at it from the perspective of the truth, I try to understand it from what's written. And if I don't see it as written a certain type of way, then I'm not going to allow myself to just believe any old thing. Like people believe that Adam and Eve got kicked out of the garden because they ate off of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But in all actuality, the scriptures say clearly that God kicked them out of the garden because he didn't want them to eat from the tree of life. And he was really protecting them from the spirits of evil that already knew evil and understood what evil was. And so he provided that tree as a sort of marker to say, hey, you know, you people who understand what's evil and you understand what's bad, I'm putting this tree here to show you the unconditional love that I not only have for these beings and informing them about what will happen if they do eventually or suddenly get poisoned by this tree. And my not allowing them, he said, they have learned of good and evil. And because they've learned of good and evil, now we have to kick them out of the garden so that they are not the type of individuals that will be having this knowledge of everlasting life. And the knowledge of everlasting life that they will receive from eating the tree of the knowledge of life, that would have them to live forever. And then God wouldn't be able to show mercy on them. So it was mercy that he showed to them by kicking them out of the garden. It was a kind of action that he took to keep them from having the devil to have his hand on them for an eternity, and give them time to learn from their mistake and teach their children to pay attention to the living God, so that when it came to a certain
Where are you getting
standstill.
this? Where are you getting this translation? Is this your own personal
No, this is from the Bible. This is written in the Bible.
No,
It says,
I went. Yeah, I was a pastor for a while. I'm just not following exact, like, this train of thought is just a certain interpretation of it. It's not necessarily like even what's been written, depending on what school you go to.
no, it is what's written, because it's written clearly that God
Okay,
said that
it's
they
not
must
really
not
a
eat from the
spiritual
tree of the
live though.
knowledge
It's
of good
not.
and evil.
I
And
understand. I understand. I understand
and
the story, but
and
I'm just
then
saying it's
they were
not
not
really
allowed to eat from the tree of life.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just not really a religious live that we're doing. So I understand the text, and it does have deep meaning. So I definitely get it. Um, yeah, it can have its harmful effects on the mind. So um, it's good to keep your brain open to new ideas concerning all aspects of life. You can get kind of too hung up on certain things, and it can create um, a, a relentlessness that maybe is not right for certain people. So, but it is good for some people for sure. I
I
just didn't want to get too heavy into the text of any book on this live.
as long as we don't use it to polarize ourselves from others, whatever your beliefs are, they're probably not serving you. To go back to the topic there, if your beliefs are pushing people away, are they serving you? And you know, it's not like you have to abandon ship of the whole thing. What Ludicer, is it? Am I saying that right? The gentleman. Yeah, I had a question for you.
You can call me Lou.
Yeah, Lou, I had a question for you.
Sure.
So this has been on my mind for a while. I'm knocking it around myself, but you have organized religion, and I mean, there's a lot of good that comes out of it. Community, and you know, the congregation, people working together in communities. That's one of the strong points of, I think, when I think about churches.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess my question is do I need to go to a church to be with God? And for myself, I'm finding, of course, I can be sitting next to a tree, you know, and or petting my dog or brushing my teeth, and I'm at church. And so maybe the temple is the body and the mind.
I think us spiritual people, the biggest reason to go to church is to have a sense of community. Or if you're in the right church, maybe to give back to the community, or even beyond.
I just find a large separation between what people associate as God or God source or whatever, the great generator in the sky, whatever it is.
So the thing that really took me away from church was all the metaphors, and I didn't believe in a guy in the sky Sky Daddy. Like, it didn't make sense to me. So it was like maybe 1% out of what I would take from a sermon actually resonated with me.
Mhm. And I want to stay on topic. I get it. What Wandering was saying is that this isn't a a religious.
Oh, we lost for a second.
Sorry, it's not a religious chat, but it has a lot to do with what no longer serves us, because what that's based on is our belief systems.
Right, and that's the only reason I bring it up.
Yeah,
I would like to comment on him when he said the mind is a temple. There's a lot of different texts and things describing that. Absolutely, man. And I've been looking into all this stuff in more of a mystical kind of look instead of a literal sense. Everything is starting to make sense now.
Yep.
A lot of
Oh, you might be
things
blocking your mic a little bit.
Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah. You're saying it's all making sense now because
It's starting to make sense because it's, when it says all these things in the Bible in these different texts and you start connecting them to astrological things and through your mind, when they talk about the devil and Satan, they're talking about the emotions. And then when you start connecting all of these different stories, you're like, damn, that's telling me to stop letting the emotions rule my life and to get the heck out of there and to start using the other side of my brain. And dude, it just starts clicking and I'm like, whoa.
You're actually onto something. There's a guy that broke this down. I can't remember, but you could probably find it. His claim is that it's a workbook. It's a quantum science workbook on how to redesign and build your temple, which is you.
Well,
and the kingdom is inside you.
There is another thing.
And it's not to be taken so literally, but also it's anyway, it's a definite approach to it. And I guess what this would go back into line with is what serves you. So they can augment, they can change your belief systems, and the more pliable it becomes, the more exciting life is because you're more open to experience. And a person that is really locked down in their belief systems, maybe not so open to new experiences. I've met people that wouldn't leave the county because if they go outside it, they're going to be seeing things that'll rock their world and change them. Oh my gosh, I don't change. God forbid I change. I just see that it's inevitable for people's belief systems to change and become pliable. Talk to any elder and they'll tell you how they've changed. And at that point, you can plan on it. So you might as well do it now, because a lot of people go through a lot of suffering before they allow it to happen. And the definition of suffering of that at that point is just resistance to change.
Well, I know this isn't a religious life, but I have to say one thing that I didn't shed from Christianity is there's just like bits and pieces. Like in the Lord's Prayer, deliver us not into temptation. That's kind of talking about addiction. And what a lot of people would call the devil, that could also be seen as the same thing.
Yeah.
It's really like down here, this grateful human, he has the tattoo on his wrist, and it's like a tattoo that's tattooed on you. It'll fade over time, but it's like God that renews all of the trees and all of the life and continues to bring balance into our circumstances, whether we believe it or not. There's always this element of change that's always taking place in our life, and we're shedding off the old personality and putting on a new personality that allows us to continue to change and be a more dynamic person in our perspective towards what it is that we see as our experiences of life and unalivement. Because we have things in our personality that we need to shed off and change, that we need to unalive in our character, and we need to take on new forms of revelation and understanding beyond what we consider to be something that's not working for everyone. And the more that we can come into a way of seeing things that is balanced towards understanding what is good for everyone, then we can be more apt towards speaking the love language that people have on an individual basis, and understanding that love language that you speak, I can learn that love language, and I can transmute what I don't need and put in what I do need, and not take it personal, and allow myself to see what it is that that person needs from me and what I need from them, and not be the type of person that is constricting the value for value by
Well,
not allowing
Yes,
love
beautifully
to show
said.
its true form.
so
Yeah,
Would you
grateful
say
human.
that the path to fulfillment?
Hold on one second, Luciducer. Hold that thought. Type in the chat, maybe grateful human.
yes, thank you. I wanted to acknowledge the clarity um, that Daniel just spoke. It was very, very clear, and I think ultimately it is about this degree of awareness and consideration of the impact that we have on others, the impacts we're having on ourselves, and really broadening that out to, I guess some would call it actualization, but really it's embodiment. But aren't we already embodied? Yes. But I just think ultimately for me, this frequency of love, it seems to be the best one I've found.
I can appreciate that sentiment as well. The individual perspective that someone has on embodying circumstances to breed what is conducive towards success is relative to each and every individual. But belief is not required for the truth to be the truth. Although we have many different substances and elements in our life and people and personalities that change our perspectives on things, the embodiment is letting go and shedding of the self-aware, the non-self-aware individual, and being more aware of what it is that we allow ourselves to say, and backing up what we say with what we do. And when we are able to do that to a very high degree, we literally are the money. We literally are the experiences transmuted into circumstances of success. And the idea that we have in our consciousness that we are less than just sheds itself off, and then we receive the value for value, and we come into that success by allowing that success to be who we are and not who we would like to be, and understanding that the value for value is always provided if we just allow that element to be shown within each and every moment, and knowing that the time is now and it doesn't change in the future. The idea of the relativity of time is a construct, just like race is a construct, just like gender is a construct, just like all these different things are coming into a new influx and a pathway of justice among all people.
The truth is a pretty resounding note that's vibrating through all life right now.
Lorena,
Thank you for allowing me into your live, man. I'll drop a follow for you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here.
All right, bye
You're
bye.
awesome. Peace.
I was going to say that I am God, but he must have felt it because he left before I could say it. So, but yeah, everybody believes their truth is the truth. If they didn't believe it was true, they wouldn't believe it.
That's deep.
I'm sorry. Um, I just wanted to say I agree with you on most fronts, but some people know that they know nothing and they're ever evolving.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Never Miss is coming in. I didn't know if they were gonna say hello.
Wait a second, gotta put my headphones in.
No worries, no worries. We're just talking about how do you shed what no longer serves you. Talking with new people, new perspectives, keeping our minds open.
Yep, yep.
Hey, welcome in.
What's going on?
Oh, we're just having a little chat in here, talking about how do you shed what no longer serves you. Things in
For
your
me,
life
it's
that don't work for you anymore.
right. For me, it's reflection.
Mm-hmm.
Reflection to me is like to die. I mean, unalive and reborn again. That makes sense.
Yeah. I was thinking that along the lines of that as well. When we shed what no longer serves us is like to say that the multitude of destinations that we could achieve on being a part of no longer is the desired outcome of our past. No longer are we serving a higher sense of the matter. Is more so we're sensing more of our purpose and more of our reasons add up to a cosmic endeavor. Like we choose to decide what no longer serves us, and then upon that retraction, upon that retraction, I feel like that there's a place in which we feel a sense of gratitude and our appreciation for what served us before becomes the relic of what conditioned mindset we could have going forward. Um, Especially when you're being highly spiritual and applying the nuances of how life could be bitter and sweet. When you take no longer actionable reasons um, towards providing answers for others, and you're divinely leading yourself to a place of longing for a desired outcome. um, I feel like you shape the shedding of what true transparency in life is.
Mm,
I wanted
I
to
feel
ask, Never Miss, when you say reflection is important, do you mean introspection? I mean, not that you worded it wrong. I'm just asking if you meant the same thing.
Uh, what you mean?
Like when you say reflection is important, do you mean like introspection as well?
What you mean by that word?
Introspection is like looking inwards, like
Yeah,
rather than blaming outwards.
of course. That's like part of what I mean by reflection. Like what I completely mean by reflection is to, you know, acknowledge one's doing. Like if I can have self-awareness about what I do, I feel that I feel like, you know, that's like a shedding of his own. Like you become birthed into a new skin, whether it's uncomfortable or a comfortable situation.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes it is uncomfortable to truly reconcile with yourself. You may end up hating yourself for who you were, but when I joined this live, my whole thing was we can shed our own skin. we all deserve a fresh new beginning.
I believe that.
It ties back to what you were saying about the ego shedding and having a sense of rebirth, is that in doing so you acknowledge that part of you that's in the process of seeing the doubtful thoughts that may enter in your, or cripple something that cripples your belief system, no longer serves the same awareness of attention that you bring onto yourself no more. You create a clarity of evidence in which you thrive in situations that you can't foresee or forego. And it's part of enlightenment, is that it's the end of suffering. And I feel like, when you release something of a heavy burden, you you relinquish parts of yourself that is attached to the ego. And ego has a nuance of like, well, I have to be something outside of something else. And that's the contradictory of like when you shed what no longer serves you. It creates that relief in not only yourself but those that follow into your footsteps of knowledge, pertaining to how you live in testimonies of faith spiritually, combining with mysticism of disbeliefs that most people have about themselves and their acquired knowledge. But yeah, there's a deeper sense of shedding of ego, because ego could be the thing that determines the outcome of what you want to know about yourself. Like it puts you through rigorous training, where if you're put into a situation where you're applying these things, such as ego death and past life regression and stuff like that, into your midst of like knowledge, it creates a nuance of, well, if I do these things now, I can no longer serve the part of the process that's gonna help me towards the process. But yeah, I land my plane there.
Thank you, Abe. That was awesome. There's a lot of different points in there we could get after, but I do have two new panel members. Ambi J, welcome in.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good deal. We also have Truth Seeker 377. I was going to let Ambi J go first, though, with what you maybe wanted to say on what we've been speaking on, or how do we shed what no longer serves you?
Sure. Yeah, I think before you shed what doesn't serve you, first it must be seen, and then after you witness or observe that belief, role, habit, emotional weight, whatever it may be, that's ready to dissolve, that it's not, being mindful that it's not an act of judgment, but sort of like an illumination of those things, seeing it, recognizing it, I think honoring it, maybe some gratitude before release. Yeah, I think shedding with gratitude prevents carrying like any echo from what needs to be released. And then surrounding yourself with the integration, I guess, after the shedding, that you rest and you remain still or silent with it, and kind of intentionally focus on the next phase. So I think it's a lot of mindfulness and gratitude, and not harboring any negative emotions or ties around it.
Powerful. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, being able to recognize it is a huge step. Truth Seeker, are you there?
Hi, Wondering. Thanks for having me up on your panel. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean,
Glad to have
it's
you.
interesting. Though everyone is saying the word release, and I think that is something we have to understand. But I think when you have something that is not serving you, it's usually either a coping mechanism or it's a point of something in your life that you became comfortable with. Because remember, you can get comfortable with negativity as much as positivity. So understanding what is causing you, the reason why you are keeping on to something that is not serving you. So first would be trying to recognize and then trying to figure out when it started, because usually most of it would be towards trauma, which can be from childhood. It can be from negative relationships. It can be from something that was negative that you had to turn into something positive just so you could cope. So trying to figure out when it started and where it's coming from. But then you have to also appreciate that whatever it was that you got comfortable with, what was not serving you, you need to be grateful that you did get to a point that it did learn you lessons, because I think even if something is not serving you, it does learn you lessons. And usually when you come to that point where you understand that it's not serving you is when usually you reach rock bottom, or you've literally hit your head so hard that it's like, okay, I literally have to let it go. So I think first is recognizing it. Number two, trying to address where it's coming from. And then number three, being grateful that you got so far, that you found out where it's coming from, and then making peace with it from yourself and then letting it go. I think that's the most important part.
Any additional thoughts on this from the panel?
That's sinking in pretty good.
And
That really takes some digging, and it takes work, and it takes discipline, and those things are really hard to muster up when a person is in pain. And so how do you get that? How do you find that power inside you? And the biggest form of discipline is self-love. It really starts with telling yourself in the mirror, I love you. And maybe you'll laugh the first couple times, or your eyes will dart away, but like with anything, practice. And you'll start to find the pathway to your healing. They'll start to illuminate, and memories will come out. And you can then replace those memories with the good ones, because your brain is a muscle. And if we keep thinking about the bad Thanksgiving or that one event, then that's what your family and your childhood represents in your mind. After a while, the synaptic pathways will form that memory and make it a solid. And so we have that opportunity to rewire our brains. We can rewire our brains. And that's what this is about. That's what we're actually talking about, is how to rewire trauma and turn it into an amazing grace.
Yeah, the brain is a weird machine. It's as healthy as it is to be introspective and self-reflective, there is the danger of self-hatred coming from that. But like you said, that's the next level of advancement, is being able to admit to yourself that you love yourself.
Remember how easy it was when you were a kid?
Oh yeah, because we were all just learning.
You're still the same person. I need to say that to myself.
Yeah, but we had an excuse back then. I'm just a
What
kid.
was that? What was that excuse?
I'm
What was
just a
that
kid. I don't know any better. I'm just a kid.
Exactly. So why can't we have that now?
Well, I think we should.
That's right.
I
Well,
mean,
guys, what you're talking about is when it was, I will refer to Truth Seeker now. And what you're talking about, how easy it was, is when you have been a child. It somehow became very popular to process something.
Hmm.
Now, processing is chit chat in your own mind with your ego, because there is nothing to process.
I wouldn't say I agree with that.
Well, process would be more of a remembrance then. Not like you're learning something, you're just remembering a part of you.
But the question is what you have to process.
Well,
hey,
self-reflection, I think, is most important because that is your involvement in any given scenario that happened in the distant or recent past. But like some people on this panel were saying, it's also very important to remember to love yourself because we all make mistakes. We're all human.
Mm-hmm.
yep.
That's not an easy one. Imagine a therapist giving you orders to tell yourself in the mirror that you love yourself at least 4 times a week. If you try it, what do you got to lose? I mean,
If it make you feel better from a Christian perspective, we all children under the eyes of God.
there you go.
If I had a therapist and they told me that, then I'd have to at least try it.
Yeah, I would.
I
But
guess in a
why?
sense, we all still learning.
That's
But
right.
in a sense, we always saying we have to love one another, but we never say we need to love ourselves.
That's right.
You know, it's always love each other, love thy neighbor, love, 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 but nobody ever says love yourself. And I always say, if you're gonna be a cup overflowing, that is when you can literally give to other people. And I feel that people just try to please everybody like everyone else, and they
Right.
become a kind of a people's pleaser, and then they kind of lose themselves. But if you do love yourself and you know who you are and you're grateful for who you are, that love overflows, and that's when you can give to others. And I think that's something very important people have to realize. There's only one person of you. There's nobody like you. You are unique. And every single person that you will meet, you will give a person an experience of someone that is part of you. And I think people have to celebrate more of who they are, not who they want to be or who they think people want them to be. I think that's very important.
Authenticity is more powerful than love in some situations.
Exactly. Celebrate who you are because there's nobody like you. Just remember that.
And
Actually,
sometimes,
it's a perfect language.
sometimes society may not like the authentic you, but if you have introspection and you can love yourself at the same time, then be the authentic you. I believe. Because everyone always says you can't love other people unless you love yourself, and I do believe in that. But if you're truly authentic to yourself, then I think you can be unapologetically yourself.
Yeah, and that's why would you be any other way?
Exactly. Why would you want to be something else when you are authentic and there's no one like you and you can be literally some other puzzle that is literally trying to I just can't
You know
I
what?
can't understand.
It's funny
Yeah.
because people will say, "Why aren't you being yourself?" or "You should be yourself more." You could also ask them, "Well, who the hell have I been being all this time?"
Who do you think I am?
Yeah.
That's exactly that I would say, sir.
I have
Not
many
gonna lie.
colors. I have many
But
colors.
I
You
think
know.
I think remaining like to insinuate that one is not being their true self actually removes what needed to be shed in the first place. And so people are like, I'm trying to be, and I am me, and I am me because they hear, conversations or dialogues like this, like, why would you want to be anything but yourself? And people, I think, are genuinely trying to be themselves. They just haven't been able to see what needs to be shed and honored that those things were a part of them, and that they're only shedding or cutting away to make more space. And I don't know, I think for me just to say, like, well, why don't you want to be yourself? Well, I look at all the seasons of me. I've always been me, truly, genuinely at core, but that doesn't mean that I wasn't falling to certain patterns or behaviors or habits or roles because of either survival or life, or but it takes more so of seeing yourself genuinely, truly, and like I don't know, it seems like it's so easy just to say, well, why don't you just be yourself? Like that's a really easy statement to say.
It seems like the second that's insinuated or even thought of in your mind, like I'm not being myself, you polarize yourself instantly. And in your mind, then there's this argument. And so if we just understand it, you go through phases and you'll have different colors and characters to get through certain things in life, and you're working with everything that you got. You got your personality, your authentic self, your soul mission, and then things you've learned here, whatever they are. And society does have a lot to teach us as young people about image and how our image is going to reflect our being, which it's not. It's the opposite.
I do want to talk about that.
Right. So vanity and all that comes in. But you know what? It could be just the hurdles for you to take your quantum leap and just surpass all that. And I think that's what's happening here is we're awakening to a new reality.
Yeah. I'm just
The thing you just said, I really want to speak on, if I may.
Yeah. Go ahead.
About like how you present yourself, I think you said.
Yeah. How your image is presented.
Yeah, your image versus you being your authentic self. So I'm an introvert naturally, and I may be a little on the spectrum, I don't know. But it's so many times throughout my life, people are like, "Why are you sad?" And I'm just like, I'm not. Why did you say that to me? That makes me sad.
Oh.
And as I got older, maybe I don't present myself as a happy person. I started to realize that, but that's all like putting on a fake falsehood. So nowadays, when people say that to me, I'm just like, I think you just don't like my face.
I have a pissed off resting face too, so it happens,
Yeah, I'm a Scorpio, bro, so I get approached for being gloomy a lot. People think I'm all silent and stuff, and until you talk to me,
you're like, I was just thinking about rainbows and mountains. What do you think?
I was chilling, bro.
Sad until you came up to me.
Like, dang.
And now it was fine, and now you made me mad.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We're just like this soup of energy, and depending on your field and your radiance and how you sponge off of different energies, there's different types of auras in all walks of life. It's a battlefield out there as far as like on a spiritual, mental level. There's so much going on. I wonder, and this probably would be a good question, is my cat's pretty talkative. Sorry about that, but that's little Charlie. But the question would be is how much external thought is coming in as opposed to what we are actually authentically experiencing in our minds. Because I think there's something going on with all this technology and shit. Call me a conspiracy theorist, or you can call me a historian.
That's a beautiful question. I do want to welcome in, though, Atomic Josh real quickly. How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for having me. Enjoying the conversation. bunch of beautiful energy in here. How's everybody else doing?
I'm following all y'all.
I'm
Right.
doing my best. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Having a wonderful day, man. I'm really enjoying my life experience.
I love that.
Blessings, brother.
Thank you. So, how do you shed what no longer serves you? You know, this kind of feels like the ego to me, in that why would we shed it? Why do we shed? Why should we shed? Right?
That's what
We are cumulative. We are collective. All of our experiences become part of our soul experience, right? So I feel as though maybe we shouldn't be shedding things, but integrating them.
I like that.
And a big part of that for me has been the AAA: awareness, attention, acceptance. First we notice, right? And we notice things we don't like about other people. That's the easy, common one. I don't like how you're acting. I don't like how you're approaching me. I don't like how you're speaking. I don't like your energy, right? We have a whole bunch of parameters of expectation for other people. So I guess the first thing to shed is the outward perception of change, because we don't want to be changed by other people. I don't want anyone to just show up to me and be like, "Hey, I changed a bunch of shit about you. I hope you like it." Right? We don't want to receive that, but we often expect others to adapt to our needs in order to align with our principles. So when we have awareness of what we'd like to change about ourselves, instead of going outward for change, then that's the first step. We're aware. We're aware that we don't like it, and now we'd like to experience something different. Now, that requires attention, right? We have to have consistent attention, because we are slow learners. We can pick up things rapidly, and the Akashic records have infinite intelligence, and we can adapt and all these wonderful things. But for the body, mind, and soul to continue to have awareness, we need attention. And we continue to give attention to the things that we don't like. And that's where adaptation starts to become possible. We begin to recognize that there's a consistent thing that we don't like about ourselves, and that we want it to be different. But awareness and attention isn't enough, right? Awareness starts the path, but often we fizzle out on that change. So go ahead.
May I share something with you?
What was the final A?
Acceptance.
Acceptance. Yeah. So I am my mother's obligatory psychologist, and she's always putting herself out there to do everything for everybody, but she gets upset when she doesn't get the appreciation she feels she deserves. And I have to tell her, like, Mom, nobody is like you. Like, you have to lower your standards with people, because you really go above and beyond. And if you expect that from everybody, then you're never going to be happy. People are always going to let you down. And so would that be akin to kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, so anytime we do something for someone else, and we have an expectation for reciprocation, we're being selfish. We're really not doing it for them, we're doing it for us. And that's the big challenge there, is if we truly want to help each other, if we truly want to grow, it's a matter of projecting out good into the world without expecting anything in return.
Can I weigh in on something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just finish talking about acceptance real quick, and then just let me land this plane.
Thank you.
So we go through awareness. Let's just say I want to stop a habit, right? So I'm aware that I want to stop the habit. Well, if we stop at awareness and we just get mad at ourselves every time we finish giving into the habit, and we don't step to that next attention and continued attention, then we keep forgetting. We keep forgetting that we don't want this habit, and then We get hungry for the habit again, and then oh, there's the awareness again, but I'm not getting anywhere, right? At some point, we have to accept that one is change is possible, and two, change is desired, right? And that's the big part of acceptance. That's the big part of closure on change. Is I accept that this is what I want, and I accept that this is possible. And that's a big, huge closing factor. You're closing the deal on making an adjustment to yourself. And that's it.
I don't know. I have a different way of looking at it. Look, first of all, if you're doing something, it's either you are giving, and when you are giving something, you shouldn't be wanting anything in return. Because if you are giving something and wanting something in return, that becomes a contract which you have put into place, which the other person is not aware of. That is something people have to understand. So when you say, I am giving or I helped someone, that means that you helped out of your willingness, that you wanted to do it out of the goodness of what you wanted to do at that time. But when you're wanting something back, you are forcefully putting a contract onto someone without even them knowing that they're in a contract. And that's why people have to understand when you are going and you are saying, I want to do something, that is because you want to do it, not because the person has asked you. And I think a lot of people had this where I'm going to do something for someone and automatically in my head, they're going to have to do something back. But not because I asked them, because I did something good, so I expect them to do something back, which is actually not fair. Because what you are doing contractually is literally doing something so you can get something in return as a quote unquote a surprise gift of seeing what you can get back from the person. So when you come to getting to a point where you understand when I give, I accept nothing back, and you're at peace with that, naturally you're not going to accept anything back. And when you do get something back, you see it more as a bonus that that person has done it, not because you've done something, but because they are grateful. So people have to understand that. And I think it's a lot of people go and they do something or they get into a relationship and they say, oh, but I did all of that and they did nothing back. But you decided to do that. That was your choice. No one forced you. And when
Right.
you did that, it was out of you feeling good. Remember, when you give something and the person accepts it, that in itself is something good. Because when someone takes something from you, that alone, and accepting something from someone is very personal. When you give something to someone and they accept it, they taking something into their space. They don't have to, but you've offered it and I'm accepting it. That it's closed, it's a done deal. I've given something to you. I am grateful that you have accepted it and I'm feeling good that you have done that. That is where people do it as you've taken it, now what do I get back? And that's the difference. And there's another point that people do, which is people pleasing. I'm going to do all of this so they can love me more. I'm going to do all of this so I can get on their good side. I'm going to do all of this so I can get into them to doing what I want them to do. So that's the art of giving. Once you understand what I'm giving, it's basically it's good. My dopamine goes up. This is good for me. And whatever I get back is a bonus. But the fact that they've accepted it, that's it. That's what people don't understand, is giving without expecting anything back.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's as simple as saying I love you, right? If I say I love you, am I saying it because I need to hear that you love me? Am I saying it because I want to hear it as well? You know,
Exactly.
and it's a gift for me to tell you I love you
Exactly.
is a gift. And if
And
I decide what you're going to do with it, then I limit your action.
exactly. And
But
the fact
if
that
it's your spouse and you say I love you and you don't hear it back, I understand how that can be a little hurtful. Sometimes it's not about getting a gift in return, it's just about feeling appreciated.
but
Right,
then you're
which is
not
your
saying I love
expectation, right? Go ahead.
but then you are not saying I love you because you are showing your love to that person. You are saying I love you in reciprocating back that you want that back. Do you
Well,
understand?
if
There's
you're in
degrees.
a
Don't you
marriage
guys
with
agree?
someone, then yes, you should get that back.
You
Isn't
should
there?
get it back, but it's still up to that person. You cannot, because I am literally telling you I love you, that's going to give me the power for you to make you feel that you have to say that you love me back. It is still their choice to love you. And that is what people don't understand. You cannot tell someone I love you and feel because I'm feeling this feeling at this point of time that I have the right that you have to feel that feeling. You can't do that. The person, if you give love and that person will love you back,
It's free.
that is still up to them. But you will feel that love. Remember again, when you are with someone, you can feel that love. Love is a frequency. You will feel it. That is why when people are feeling they're not feeling loved or there's some boundary, that is when you have to open communication. But you cannot be like, you have to love me back. If that person decides not to love you back, it shouldn't be turned into hate. And that's why people, when they don't get that reciprocation back from someone, they turn it into hate. And then that wall goes up. But you can't do that. You have to find out if that person doesn't say they love you back, that is still their power. You cannot take that away from them. But what you can do is communicate. I have said I loved you. I'm not expecting you to say it back. But why do you not feel that way? And if the person will
Okay,
communicate
like
that way, well, in their
like
time.
some people that I'm not even in a relationship will say I love you to me, and I don't know how to respond because I usually reserve that for relationships or family, you know. So
There's
Yeah, that
degrees
goes
from
back to the
situations.
I don't even know
the English language. Honestly, it's
There's
all
also
based on
body
your
language,
interpretation of the word.
tone. There's all the different ways we say I love you in passing to a brother. In the Greek language, I believe there's 5 or more different definitions of the word love.
there's
You know,
3.
and so
Agape,
you know
philo.
when I say I love you to my wife, it's I'm not holding her and looking in her eyes. I'm going out the door, and she'll say I love you. You know, there's a different type of, but the reciprocation is when maybe it's someone you don't really say it too often to, and you say it to them to like test them to see if they're on the same page, kind of thing. That's where it's kind of a selfish act. I could see that because it's stressful and you're putting the person on the spot.
Yeah.
I think
But
the more
even
you can
empty,
just,
even
I
oh, go
think,
ahead.
sorry, I was gonna say, I think the more that, like, because I've been in those positions in life where it's like kind of uncomfortable, where people could just be like, I love you. And I'm like, I don't know what to say, right? But I think that version or time and whatever word you want to use, that me in that space lacked a lot of love. So like now more often where I'm able to receive it and just be love, because love is like not interpersonal relationship attachments, but more so a love with yourself. The more you can say I love you to sentient things is more of a I love you to myself. It's like looking in the mirror, just telling myself that I love me, the more that I can give love out to everything around me.
Yeah, but if it's like a coworker who says it and you've never said that to them before and it just feels like you're betraying your spouse or like people that you actually say that to normally, it puts you in an awkward situation.
Yes, hey, it's only my second day here.
I think I've watched a lot of Ram Dass videos to like completely wipe my like my definition of love isn't the same as what it was before. It's like the root of that energy is, or the frequency has remained the same, but like it's like making up a new definition for the word that's been ingrained to us to believe that the definition is this when it really means that.
Well, I mean, I agree that I love everybody. At least I try my best. Like, even the people that I crash out against, though, I still love them at the end of the day. Like, I know we can find some common ground.
Yeah, the common ground is even seeing them to begin with in the first place, because a lot of people who kind of like you described, like the ones that like insinuate that like want to crash out feeling in us, to see them is to love them, because a lot of times people operate from a place of just not being seen.
But it's just the phrase, I love you. That's something I reserve for very special people in my life.
Is that your choice or is that a societal constraint?
That is my choice.
But that's what I was saying, is just by seeing somebody is loving somebody. So we don't have to speak the word. And that's You know, like you can still
But
love
it
without
holds a
saying
lot of
love.
frequency.
It's
Exactly.
just, yeah, it's the frequency in itself. So like, for example, those type of people, you're like, I really would crash out, but to see them is to love them, because the place they're operating from is like, it's like the child who wants your attention, you know, and they're like, about doing all these things that they probably know they shouldn't be doing, but they're not getting your attention. So like, well, I'm going to try this to kind of get this reaction. Like, that's kind of like the same analogy of just seeing them. You don't have to say I love you, but to see them and recognize them and give that stranger, you know, on the corner a smile and open a door for somebody, all of that is love. You
Love.
know, you don't have to open the door and say I love you, but opening the door
Exactly.
does say I love you.
Love languages. Love
Right.
languages.
That makes me think of
Infinite.
Idiocracy when they're like, "Welcome to Costco, I love you."
Welcome to Walmart. We love you.
Bring your money and we
Well,
love you more.
if you are feeling love, if you feel that you love someone, right, and you say that you feel love for a lot of people, if you feel that you love someone, sometimes reserving those words can be a blatant lie, right? You're not sharing your honest feelings,
Well, that's why
and
I am though, because I reserve it
Depends
for
on how
certain
much
people.
But
it
why
depends
you
on the
but what I'm trying to say, when I hear people limiting themselves, when you're saying that I love you is only kept for certain people, um, do you not think that there would be different frequencies of love, like platonically to your kids, to your spouse, to your friend, to the stranger when you smile at him? Do you not think that there'd be different frequencies? So when you're saying you're limiting it only to your spouse, do you understand how that's kind of putting like a constraint?
I don't see it as a constraint. If anything, if someone that like I'm working with says I love you, I take it in a different sense than like a close friend or family member or spouse would say it to me. So I usually respond with "Love you guys, peace."
Yeah, it's just look, it's the way that they people can name things in different ways, but it doesn't mean it's the same I love you as what you would feel for your spouse. So when they're saying I love you, it's just basically saying that they have an open frequency of receiving your energy and spending time with you. It doesn't have to mean that they want to physically have the same thing. But I just feel when you're talking about love, it's you're making it feel like it's very personalized and
Well,
that it's
it
open.
is for me. It is. I can use the term love, but the
Mhm.
specific phrase "I love you" I only reserve for certain people.
And would you reserve it for yourself as well?
I've never tried it
Why?
because I don't have a therapist.
It's quite the experiment, man.
It's quite the experiment. Just go into the mirror and literally look at yourself and
You might
say, I love
laugh
you.
at first.
You might feel a bit stupid and a bit silly, but just remember, if you're not going to love yourself, like how do you expect other people to love you too?
and if you
Yeah.
don't accept the way
Y'all,
you look, if you're not really accepting of how you look, you don't even have to start in the mirror. You know what I
I
mean?
got
You
Yeah.
don't have to
You
look
literally
yourself in the
just
eye.
say
Just
to
saying,
yourself,
I love you, I love
That's right.
me, I love
yeah,
myself,
Shut
I
your
love
yeah,
eyes
my
and do it.
experience, I love who I've
mm-hmm,
become, I love my awareness, I love being alive. It's all a experiment
yeah.
of your
It
emotional
starts
body.
off with as I said, love has to start from within. It's
Yeah.
really from within. And when you do love yourself, even if you say I love you to someone else and they don't reciprocate it back, it won't hurt you. And the reason why it won't hurt you is because whatever they love you is a bonus.
Well,
Love
I
should
do.
whatever love you get is a bonus because you love yourself. So you love yourself, you should love even that the person is with you. You should love that the person is taking their time. The fact that you're saying I love you to someone, you should love that they're taking the time to listen to you saying that that you love them and that they're apprehending that.
And
I guess. Okay. First of all, you're right that I need to practice telling myself that I love myself. But secondly, reserving the phrase "I love you" for certain people, I think it's I think it's valid because some people just say it because they're
Would
in
you say it to your
proximity.
dog? Would you say that to your dog?
I would.
Okay. All right. So, but the way you said it to your dog would be a different way that you would say it to, say, your mom or dad, right? You would feel a different type of love for your dog as you do for your parents. So,
I mean, I wouldn't say so.
okay.
I would say that is familial love.
Okay. So that's familial. Have you ever said, I love this car, or I love this game, or I love this movie, or anything? I love a thing in your life.
Yeah, that would be objective love.
Okay. So you've said, I love you to those things. And then
Right.
have you ever said, I love this moment in time, the sunset. I love this moment.
I guess that would be temporal love.
Okay, so that's like your first kiss kind of thing, right?
Well,
So you've
first
so
kiss
already
could be romantic love, which is another
right.
one.
Okay, so already you have said I love you in many different languages, in many different ways and settings throughout your life.
True, but to
And
say it to a
although you may
person,
say you've said it only to those special people, but you've said it in one of the biggest languages, and that's acts of service, action. Body language is 80% of communication, right?
but
And so,
to say the
so,
term,
don't
the
cut
phrase,
yourself short, is what I'm saying.
the
And
phrase,
and
the
and here's
phrase
another.
"I love you" is
I know,
something
but
I
I don't
reserve
want to
for
touch on that. I want to touch on
familial,
that. Let me just put this.
or romantic
So there's
situations.
all these different languages. We established that. What I'd like to also premise is that there's a part inside your brain that when you say I love you to anyone, it hears I love you. Your heart hears you saying I love you. So you have said I love you to yourself as many times as you have said I love you.
Well, it's got connotations and connectivity in my brain, so
There.
yeah, that
Yes.
is why I
So
reserve
don't,
it
so
for
we
certain
don't cut
situations.
ourselves short. Now we just take it to the next level. Shut your eyes and do it.
What?
Wondering, I'm gonna have to go. Sorry. It was lovely meeting you all. I'm grateful that I have met you all, and thank you, host, for having this life that I met all these lovely people. And I wish you guys a good morning, good night, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Stay blessed. Take care.
Thank you, Truth. Before you leave, let me try something weird. Okay, never mind.
Oh.
I was gonna
She might still be back.
try to say that I love her.
Oh,
how nice.
you did it. You did it. No, this is fun because it's kind of wordplay, and you're playing with the same frequencies and just putting it through different filters and interpretations. But love, truth, it all comes from the same field of like almost a different reality, a different state of being. And the more we stay in that state, that positive, it's almost like it's a light that's unstoppable. It'll overtake any other frequency. It's the sopranos in the choir. They are heard the most, right?
Interesting.
And we are just the chorus of life. Each of our frequencies is a unique section to the chorus. And without you, it's incomplete, of course. And so that's where authenticity comes in, because you will then represent that certain tone that creates the chorus of life, I call it, and that each person is just as valuable as the next. So your experiences are just as valid as mine. And,
So,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's
Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
good. I think my role was good there.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, like, do you think I should reserve that phrase for certain people?
Yes, because that's your choice, and that's you feeling authentic in the choice in the moment. Now, you could also be saying that maybe that'll change. Maybe someday I'll be looser with it. But it is amazing when you say it. I've said it to a few brothers over the
Oh,
years.
I say it to my bros. I say
Yeah,
it to my
and
bros. I say it to my family, and I tell it to my love, the people I'm romantically involved with.
I did say it to a lady I sold some gutters to about 2 weeks ago after meeting her 3 hours
Was it?
prior.
Was it in jest?
No, she was the sweetest lady in the world, and she was living in this house that was rotten away, and I helped her get that thing right. And after 3 hours of showing her this project, she was crying, and I gave her a hug and I told her I loved her, and we're still friends.
That's awesome.
So it can happen in the now. It can just happen, but it's a bit of a surrender.
Okay.
You put a lot on the line, and I know that there's a vulnerability in that, but I think we'll realize that vulnerability is really a true source of power.
I mean, it's true, and there may have been times where I did something similar, but I want to reserve a phrase for certain people that I'm going to love unconditionally, that are familial or romantic, and it just feels like if I say that to other people in this world, regardless of how I feel, using that phrase would kind of diminish that for the people that I reserve it for.
Right, but you'll give it to a song, right? I love this song.
And just be
So
sure that
you
if
could
you're
also
going
give it
to
to strangers.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Just be sure that if you're going to reserve it, that it's not out of fear. That you're not holding back saying it out of fear of how somebody's going to respond or react. If you're feeling it and you feel compelled to say it, don't just make up this hard law rule that you're not going to say it because you're afraid of the reaction.
It's not a fear. It's just a personal reservation.
Yeah, absolutely, and you should preserve that.
I got a question for the last guy.
Can we
Can I
welcome in
ask
Addicted
something?
and Kate? Go ahead, Kate.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask, can Addicted says, I'm sorry, I don't know if that's what you want to be called.
I'm here. I just didn't want to interrupt anybody.
Welcome in, Addicted.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what are your pronouns? Is that okay to ask? I don't know.
My name's Chris. You can call me Chris.
Okay, Chris was just having a little bit hard time connecting. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were all able to hear each other. I feel like we're having a good conversation. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you just mean like audio wise?
Yeah. I kept clicking on the microphone, but all those gift things were popping up on my keyboard, and I had to hit that tiny little spot to get it to work.
Is it me? Oh, it's me.
I mean, I can hear you perfectly now.
Yeah, I figured it out. Thank you.
Would you like to touch on what we're talking about or address the prompt?
I would love to. I spent the last half an hour writing my ideas on the chalkboard so I can make it super fast because I don't want to bore you guys. And I certainly am learning a lot more from you than you will from me. But yeah, so I'm 53 years old, and about shedding what doesn't serve me. I'm actually an addict. I went to rehab about 12 years ago for kind of like I went to the same place Tiger Woods went to. It was, for porn and all kinds of stuff like that. My relationship.
You can't say that.
Okay, I'm sorry. My relationships with women, back then, my old self, cheating and stuff like that. And it's funny, I didn't choose it, but I ended up landing myself in rehab because of it. And it's funny because in rehab, I hit rock bottom. It was the worst thing that I've ever had to go through in my life. And then through teaching, it was my childhood, the way I was brought up, and a lot of the emotional neglect from my parents developed the way I am as an adult. And back then, I was emotionless. You couldn't hurt me at all. It was like a suit of armor. And you guys were talking about rewiring your brain, and oh my God, I never thought it was possible what I went through, but my brain literally, I was there for 74 days, and I went from like not crying in decades to crying for hours. And I surrendered to the process, and I didn't know it was like a spiritual awakening then, because I lost my ego because I was that tough guy. I'll bash your face, and if you say something to me wrong, and now I'm the complete opposite. And it took up until maybe 6 months ago when I started researching what spiritual awakeness is. I'm like, wait a minute, that already happened to me 12 years ago. And so now you guys are talking about vulnerability and being open, and for me, being honest and no secrets is super important. So I started researching, and that's why I started following you guys, because I've been looking into the awakeness, and then all of a sudden, vibrations, energy, frequency, chakra. There's a touch of mystical and a touch of astral, and like all these people are talking about meditation, healing yourself, the different levels of awareness. And it seems like it's all to have that, because we're looking, well, I'm just assuming, maybe for me, it's like more of a divine connection I want to have, and to be the best version of myself, and just focusing on love. It seems like all this is all around love and positive energy. And I can tell when other people are around me, and they can detect my positive energy, and I can feel that, and I love that. And it seems like it's catchy when you are around other people with positive energy. It's almost like you're getting that same feeling. So I can really relate to a lot of the stuff you guys are talking about. And I just wanted to give my own little personal background, just in case anybody can relate to that.
Absolutely, I can, because I am an addict, but mine is not.
Easy. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mine is not with women. It's more with substance abuse.
Gotcha.
But I understand what it's like to be an addict, and how hard it is to get out of that.
Yeah, it's very hard. But you know what? 6 months after I got a rehab, nobody recognized me. People are like, what happened to you? Who are you? Like, wow. And then all of a sudden I met my wife, and then I have 3 kids,
Beautiful.
That's amazing. I'm so happy for you, bro.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Congrats.
That's the best.
It takes
hard.
all the will to change your mind, but you can. And I think we may attach a lot of heaviness to the idea of changing your mind, and it does for some situations. It takes a lot to change your mind, but self-love is the highest form of self-discipline. I know I said it earlier, but it starts with you. And I think people need to just start looking inward more, not trying to fix everything around them. Make your own bed first, right? And if we start there, we'll build this well of love in our heart, and then it gets so big that it has to go outward. And that's just the ebb and flow of the energetics behind love, is it has to find more love. And then it grows, and then the cascading effects from there. And then you'll notice your path disappeared because you're on it. If you're always thinking that you're off, if you're always thinking I need to be on my path, well, you'll find yourself on it. Suddenly it'll just disappear.
That's very true. Whether you have a house or an apartment, or you're living in your mom's basement, keep that place in order, and that'll start the cup overflow that you're talking about.
Right.
Anybody seen Doctor Who?
I have not.
A little bit.
Oh man, it was a quote from there that always stuck with me. He said, "Change is important." He said, "Change. If we don't change is relevant, but if you don't remember the people you used to be,
That's not quite it. It's like if it doesn't
like,
matter if
cause
I change because I will always remember the person I used to be.
that's what it was."
Yes.
Well, I said it different though, man. I said it way different. But he said change is good as long as you remember the people that you used to be.
Amen. Yeah,
That was
I
one
remember.
of
I
the coldest
remember.
quotes
Do you
ever
remember
seen.
who you used to be?
I remember watching that live and I was sobbing.
But do you remember who you used to be?
Good question. A lot of the times, I think my answer is kind of no.
I mean, isn't it just a less experienced version of yourself?
No, I think I used to be more hopeful.
Well, that means you had a good childhood.
I wasn't trying to be dark. I was just.
No. I'm just asking everyone. Like, do you remember who you used to be?
Yep.
And even if you had trauma, do you remember that innocence you felt, that freedom before you became an addict or whatever, before you got addicted to becoming a member of society and doing what the man told you to? Do you remember that freedom?
Sure
Yeah.
do. Because I still got it.
Yeah, it's here now.
We call that freedom. It's just childhood.
That was a beautiful exercise, actually. When you imagine it, you're actually reliving it in the moment. So that's the way the brain works in ways that it doesn't discern time. It doesn't really, oh, that was in the past. Well, memories, and that's the same way with trauma, PTSD. When a person's having PTSD, the trauma event is happening now, right? So you can also use that with, replace those with positive motivational ideas, sparks of your imagination, seeing yourself in a place of light, and then the environment illuminates around you, and then you can manifest by going into the specifics of that vision. We have this ability to manifest reality, and that's what I think we're all discovering here. That may be the underlining thing that's happening, is that when what we focus on is created in our reality. That means that spirit is arising from flesh, not the opposite. And that's the miracle of miracles. And that means that we, through our belief systems, can actually manifest reality through what we focus on. And if we focus on what we're doing now, and this becomes more of a norm, where people hold that vibration, and we will create a new reality. And all these old systems and we're doing it right now. Actually, it's already becoming an obsolete system, what we had been operating on since we were born. And so we're all kind of newborns right now, I'd say. And what an exciting time to be a kid again. So back full circle, yeah, I remember that innocence. And I also remember this intrinsic motivation and enthusiasm for life. And it's actually come back in recent years. And I'm 40, almost 50.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm so happy
So-
for you.
No, let him finish talking.
It's always there, though. That's my point. It's always there. And if, like you just did it, though, brother. You took us on a little journey and you had us imagine it. And it sparked something in me because, yeah. And what the brain did there is it actually relived the moment of your childhood through your child mind. And when each of us were having that imaginary moment, it was happening now.
So don't second guess yourself that it's so far behind you that you can't have it in your life now, and choose and make choices and live with that and watch just life create the stepping stones to your miracles. That's true abundance.
Yeah, I've been reaching even farther than that inner child to the womb. Been reaching deep, deep far back into the womb energy where we were suspended and protected and shielded and connected to another human being. We were fed and nurtured, and everything was perfect, you know. Before we, because a lot of us had injuries, moral injuries, and emotional and physical injury, sometimes even before we left the womb, you know, or right after. A lot of our trauma wounds started very early. So when we reach for that space, that energy, it's not necessarily a memory, but we were there, right? We were all there. We all came from that safe, that truly harbor safe space, and it can be incredibly empowering to recognize that.
I just wanted to say I think I remember it. Like not actively, but in my dreams. I used to think I was a kangaroo in a past life, but when I really think about it, I remember memories from before I could walk. So maybe I remember stuff from the womb too.
Yeah, I feel that's true. The body remembers everything, even though the mind has a tendency to cover things up.
So the reason I mention a kangaroo is I would have these dreams where I'm just gliding across the fields like big giant jumps. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, well, that would be very akin to me having memories of being in the womb, because my mother taking big giant steps would feel like I'm gliding across the landscape. I don't know. It's pretty
The
out
coincidence.
It's not out there at all. It's not.
Landing.
I highly recommend exploring that energy for sure.
Yeah, that sounds like a smooth landing. What a nice intro.
And these, like Sire said, these timelines are not separate from us. We can bring the past here. That's why we get terrified, why we get scared, why we compartmentalize, because the past is not there; it's here with us. So it's important to get comfortable and intimate with those memories, with our inner child, with the womb, with all of it.
Isn't that the incubator of love? Like that's the first experience of love that you had in this physical realm.
May I share a verse of a song I'm writing?
Yes.
All right, here it
Yep.
goes. All I remember are the good times. Doesn't mean they're all I've had. But if I'm not thinking of good times, at least a story can be had.
Trying to look for the applause button.
Okay.
That'll be good. Nice. I like it.
Good.
I appreciate it.
Much appreciate
it. Oh, welcome in, Melantine.
Hey,
Hello.
welcome. I feel welcome.
We're talking about shedding what no longer serves us. Did you want to speak on that at all?
What do you mean serving?
I don't know, like
What
different
serves
maybe
you?
beliefs we're holding so tightly.
Letting go of those things is pretty great. Being able to recognize it, to know what you don't want or who you don't want around you, I think is a gift. right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because in life we must have lessons. Like on the School of Earth, we come here to learn lessons, right? Complete the cycles instead of repeating them. So you can move on to the next level of Super Mario Brothers or whatever that looks like for you on this journey. And if you don't learn it the first time, you can come back and do it again and again and again and again. It's up to you. Yes?
Thank you.
James.
Welcome in, James.
What's up, everybody? What's up, panel wandering? Hello.
Hello.
I just feel that. Oh, what's up, panel?
What's up? I just wanted to reply to, I can't read your whole name. It looks like Smelly.
Smelling. I'm smelling good. Smelling time.
Oh,
What's
sorry.
up?
Yeah, I was saying
Okay.
it's a gift and a curse, like being able to separate your past life from where you want to be in life. But my former best friend cut off every single person, and I don't think that was fair.
I guess that's for him to decide because that's his story. Right?
I mean, that is the story that they are writing, but it doesn't seem fair to me, considering I knew this person since the 6th grade.
Yeah.
I think if you're gonna cut off every single person in your life, maybe it's time to look inwards.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's part of your story to move on from that relationship and foster new ones.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, but it's, I still have dreams. It's like he's among the friends that I have actually lost, that are no longer on this plane of existence. But yet,
What about you? What about you? What are you doing to cope with all that?
just giving them space.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're ever going to reconcile, though.
Have you ever heard of the saying, time heals all things?
Of course.
How old are you, brother?
All we have is time.
How old are you?
In about a week, I'm going to turn 38.
Got plenty. You guys might be clanking beers by 50.
Mm-hmm.
I sure hope so, but I shouldn't hope for that.
Why not? Picture it. You pictured it already, so you already sent out the order. It's too late.
Exactly. What
But
does reconciliation
doesn't
look
mean
like?
it's ever going to happen.
What does
the
it look
universe,
like?
the universe is a giant kitchen, and we come in and look at these menus of our destiny's potential outcomes. We pick one and give the order, and it's cooking. You don't get to run back in the kitchen and change your order.
Yeah, you do. You can.
Well, along the
if you're
way,
Karen.
I mean, we're picking a scroll is ever evolving and
No, I
keeps it
get what you're saying is like once you manifest something.
That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. Yes.
Yeah.
But we all possess the ability to change the direction of our lives at any time.
Right.
Well, I can
Because
change
we're
my
the
life
creator.
at any time, but I can't
Right?
change this person's life.
No, that's not your job. You can only change yourself.
There was a study done about forgiveness, and it was a it was a guidance counselor of sorts or a therapist in a prison. And this person wrote letters for each and every person that came to see him. And in the letter, it said, I take responsibility for the pain you have been through. I am very sorry it happened to you, and I am asking for your forgiveness. And resiliently, these men started to heal without even going to therapy. Just the energy that you put out by letting go and forgiving them. And I believe me, I'm no saint. I'm going through it myself, and we all have someone or something to forgive, and it can be yourself first. Usually it is.
James, did you answer the prompt? Or did
Can
you?
we forgive? Can
So
we make a decision to forgive and change our behavior
that's right.
and have emotional forgiveness? Right?
That's true.
In the feelings towards the wrongdoer or situation.
Mm,
It's a
beautifully said.
decision. It's,
It is.
and when you release past pain and hurt, it really does make way for brighter times. And it's really easier said than done.
Welcome in, Quiet Light. Would you like to answer the prompt?
Nope, can't hear anything. No worries. James, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, what do you think about what we've been speaking on or the prompt here?
Yeah, so great. Thank you for bringing up this healing space wandering with this amazing prompt. I guess I've been listening for a little bit. I guess what comes
Did
to
you
me,
know
what
that
comes to
when
me was
snakes
like when
grow, their skin does not grow with them?
but
Hold on, one at a
So
time.
they
Thank you,
have to
though.
shed it to accommodate their
oh,
increasing size.
Thank you for sharing. One at a time, though, please. Go ahead.
so like so when I think about like when
And
I
they
think
know
about
that a new layer of skin.
Sorry about that. I'll bring her back up when she has her turn.
Alright, so like when it comes to like a snake, right? What I've been thinking about while listening to you guys is if you were a snake, but you're not, you're a human, right? I would say that maybe your skin would be your emotions. And every now and then we have to, like every 7 years or whatever they say a snake sheds its skin. I guess it takes like you have to look at yourself and see what are you carrying with you that's holding you back so you can move out of that skin that's holding you back from growing, right? So as you shed emotional pain and trauma, you come out a little bit newer, a little bit wiser, a little bit stronger. You grow new skin. So it makes me feel like as we go through trials in life, we build up emotional programs built based on maybe trauma, based on fear. And then it takes like, instead of, walking around with this burden, we have to kind of like shed it. But it only can shed, I guess, when it's ready. Just like a snake's skin sheds like when it's ready. But then when you finally do decide to shed it, sometimes we can't get it off by ourselves. Sometimes the snake has to, go and find a stick, or maybe you have to find the right friend and talk to him so that you can help shed that whatever is on you, whatever emotional baggage you've been carrying. It takes one, but a person has to get to the point where they can actually address their issues, right? Address their emotions, address what's holding them back from being more happier in life, embracing their inner child in life. Everything that builds up in our adult life really keeps us from accessing the happiness we had as an inner child and the fascination we had for this world. So it seems to me like, we how do we shed what no longer serves you? First, by recognizing it. You have to recognize it within yourself. You have to maybe sit with it once it's recognized for a while, and then you have to shed it. You have to get rid of it, come out of it. You have to have the courage to let it go, let the old you go, and emerge as something new. So I'm gonna say it takes a little bit of awareness that what serves you, that you've created, what programs you've created in your mind that keep you, what things have happened to you in your childhood that have kept you thinking about that situation all from time and time again. So I would say it just takes a certain amount of acceptance, and not denial, but to look at what's going on within you, so that you can shed it, and realizing that it doesn't serve you. Well, I guess.
You say self-reflection?
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, so kind of like that. Yeah, because you don't know what doesn't serve you if you just sit with it and walk around with it like it's normal and just come from that state all the time.
Well said. Well said.
I put it in the comments, but I was replying to you. Yes, you are. But sometimes we all need a stick, and that can come in many forms. But sometimes we need something to help us shed our skin so we can grow anew.
And pull out the stick. That's part of
All
shedding.
right.
Part of you.
Yeah, for sure.
First thing I
Quiet
pictured was a
light.
snake with arms picking a stick up.
Snake with arms.
Okay, so see, what I imagine is this: the snake is trying to shed his skin, and he can't do it on his own. So he finds a stick, he finds a tool to kind of brace his body against, while it helps him to shed his skin, and it's very metaphorical.
No, you better use your phone.
Yes.
But yeah, sometimes we need a little bit of help.
Anyways, I did want to welcome in Quiet Light. I wasn't sure if Quiet Light was available.
I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Welcome in.
Well, I think Yeshua pretty much said what was in my thought. I kind of very much agree with him. It's like you obviously have to be aware of what's not serving you anymore, and then sit with it, work with it. Sometimes you need help to go through that process, and I think it is a process. It's like I'm 47, and I feel like I'm constantly learning new things and shedding old habits, old belief systems. And sometimes it's on my own, and sometimes I have books that help me. Sometimes it's people, like talking to people like you guys, like waking me more up and just realizing what's going on.
Is there something we can potentially help you with?
Actually, I have a question. What is one of the belief systems that you shed that's been significant for you?
What that I shared that a long time ago, but it's pretty much the belief system that the government only means good for us. That's one, and then also the religious belief system. It's I let's say I am a Christian in that sense that I go to church to be part of the community, but I'm not a Christian anymore. Basically, I just know that my belief goes way beyond the Bible.
Do you like your pastor?
Yeah, my pastor is okay, but he's asleep. He's very deep asleep. He's like,
Well, congratulations. You
it's,
broke through the matrix and you found yourself.
right. Yeah. I mean, I
You
feel like there is like two kind of awakening. There is the 3D awakening where you wake up to the lies around you. Like I homeschool my kids, and we have a homestead. I'm trying to raise my own food because I believe that most of the food is poisoned in the store. Things like that. So I try to be conscious of all those things, and those are kind of like beliefs that I had growing up, that, you know, the world is just good. Everybody just means good to you, and especially preachers and in churches and teachers in school. And now I'm 47 and I've just learned so much that I can't believe any of this anymore. And I've come to my conclusion, or to my truth, that yes, I am a part of God. I'm not saying I am God, but I'm a fractal of God, basically a sun ray. If God will be the sun, I'm a sun ray.
Do you
And
have
yeah,
do you have good
That's
relationships in your church community?
yes, that's basically why well, why I'm going is I am coming from Switzerland, and I used to live in the United States from 2008 until 2020 when COVID started. Then we went to Switzerland for 2 years, and we came back to a different part of the United States. And I didn't really want to come back. It was my husband who really wanted to come back, and we we ended up taking care of his grandfather, and he has a big property where we live now. It's paradise. I live in paradise, but I do feel I do feel lonely as spiritual connections, spiritual people, which I had those in Switzerland. I had my people who I could share my thoughts about those beliefs. And here I didn't really have those, but the one thing which I share with the Christian community is the values, like just, doing good, just love your neighbor. Just in general, I think they have similar values that like I do. It's just basically, I think they are just limited. They limit themselves by not acknowledging, um, like in my belief, is like all religions have their truth, and religions are just a tool for people to be close to the divine. And
Hmm.
some people can do that on their own, and some people need that. And I didn't really need the closeness to God, but I needed it for my kids, because I struggle teaching my kids about the divine,
Is
because I
is
feel
your
like,
is your uh is your spouse American?
yes.
Okay, so I'm kind of in the same situation because my fiance is Polish
Hmm.
and she still lives in Poland, and it's a very Catholic country,
Yeah.
like extremely Catholic. But she's not really about all that. Like she pays her respects and all that. Like she'll do the Trinity sign when she walks into a cathedral, but she doesn't believe in all that.
It's
But
funny, my husband is actually an atheist, so he
yeah,
doesn't
I
go
mean,
to.
I think in our hearts we're both kind of agnostic.
Uh-huh.
But I just wanted to say that I can relate to you
Uh-huh.
from the opposite end. I'm the American that is wanting her to move here.
Uh-huh.
So I could probably relate to your husband a lot.
Yeah, and so I joined the church here, so because my kids are homeschooled, and okay, I'm trying to find kids they can hang out and become friends. And if I look at the community, the Christian community is most likely the community I want my kids to be influenced by. And
Mm.
so they learn about God in church. Their friends are in church. Most of them are homeschooled themselves. However, they know my beliefs. I don't not tell them my beliefs. I just, always explain it to them. But I felt like the Bible. I don't know the Bible very well, very deep. I mean, I read it, but I don't. It doesn't really resonate a lot with me, except,
So do you lean more agnostic or Christian?
so agnostic is you don't know what to believe, right?
Right.
That's this. No, I know. I believe. I believe in God. I just don't believe. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe 100% in the Bible. There's a lot of truth in the Bible. Like I would say, probably the John the Baptist. his story. I really believe. I believe most of it, which relates directly to Jesus. I struggle with Paul's letters
Hmm.
because it seems weird to me that Jesus will come back so much later to reveal himself to someone who wanted him killed and tell him all this stuff, which, well, why wouldn't he have said that before to his disciples who wandered with him for so long? Anyway, I don't want to even go too deep in.
Okay, so I'm not good at labels because I personally don't believe in them, but if you wanted to give yourself a label, you might be a mystic.
Mystic, okay. I mean, I just
Uh,
know that God is in me, and I always knew that. I said that. I remember being like really young and saying, I feel just that God is in everything and everybody. And the older I get, it just seems to reveal itself more and more to me that belief is true. And so, especially, I have I've done a deep dive in NDEs, near death experiences, and all those people, one thing they all have in common, they all say they felt one with everything. They felt one with God. And so they all share that. And so that is just basically convincing me of what I already knew.
Yeah, I think you might would benefit yourself by looking into mysticism.
I don't know if I want to give myself a label. I don't think I need a label.
I totally understand that too.
But
I,
yeah, I find it also, I also wanted to say that too, you're wondering, I'm like usually like listening in the back, just in your life, and I really appreciate you making this space. And it's a really nice space how you have it. I go through other lives, spiritual lives. I'm kind of like looking for lives on TikTok which I like, and I struggle with most of those spiritual channels are like people, they claim to be awake. However, the first thing they do is like trying to convince you on how you have to live a better life and you will never reach that point or whatever. Like,
No. We don't like that here.
it's like that's the point. It's like then you lose me. It's like that. I don't believe you're awakened if you like have such a strong urge to convince anybody, of your beliefs.
Yeah, I think what is common among all of the panelists that wondering who is a great host, I must say,
Thanks, guys.
we all know that we don't know anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it comes to having an open mindset, like it says up top. There are no wrong answers, so that gives you space to really express yourself and not expect a fight.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's what most people want to, who are on the search for people to communicate about those things, is they just want a space. They want to have, like, I have maybe 3 people in my life, in my real life, where I share those thoughts. And my husband is one of them, but he thinks I'm woohoo. But I just share it with him anyway, because once in a while something stickers in and he's like, oh yeah, maybe you have a point there. But other than that, there's not really anybody here. So I'm missing that kind of like having a dialogue about those things. But I get totally turned off when I end up in a live and those people they just believe instantly like that they are more awake than you.
Yeah, like this is fact. That is fact. I know this because I know. Yeah, we're not about that.
Yeah, or then they come like the other day. I had someone. He was alone. He had this. There was nobody in his room, and I just popped in, and then first we had a nice conversation, and then he started talking about ancient stuff like Egyptians, and I've gone down those rabbit holes. I know about that stuff, but it doesn't really. I don't know. Not that I don't care. It's like it's it's not in my presence. It's not in my what I really care about the presence where I live in.
Right.
and not so much about. And he's like, "Yeah, you say those ancient people were wrong," and I'm like, "Well, they were people, so it's possible, who knows?"
That's what I'm saying. Like people who wrote the scriptures were people who wrote the scriptures, and
Mhm.
keyword is people.
Mhm.
They're
Right.
no more or less people than you and I.
Yeah. And I think a lot of, like, in the Bible, for example, the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments. If you take a bunch of people, a group of people, I don't know, let's say 200 people, you put them on an island, and then you just let them go and see what happens. If they don't develop the Ten Commandments on their own, which I believe that humans would do, they would not make it. You know, it's like you can't. It's something human, a soul comes up or knows inside deeply already, and so that's
Yeah.
what I think
Okay.
happened to Moses. You know, yeah, he had some deep thoughts, and I believe those are true. Those are important thoughts he has, and maybe he had a vision. That's maybe true, but whatever.
I
It doesn't
have
really
a
matter.
few qualms with the Ten Commandments, but I definitely think most humans would agree on "Thou shalt not steal," "Thou shalt not unalive." You
Mhm.
know, like the basics. But some of the ones on there on that list are like very religious based, and I think we can do away with those.
Yeah, which one come to mind?
Thou shalt not put any other god before me.
Okay, yeah, yeah, I could see that because, well, first of
Because
all,
because
there
because,
is
because
no
the
other God.
definition of God is ambiguous. Like that's not something that is ubiquitous amongst humans.
But
On this, guys.
you do you yourself, do you believe in one God or do you believe in gods?
I don't know.
You don't know because you're an
Hmm.
agnostic.
What do you got, James?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a little bit. Hi, quiet. My name is James. I host lives, many lives. We could say spiritual, but you're welcome to come and share anytime with me too, if you'd like to add me. And I was listening to you when you were talking about the children. You know, because like in this world, right? Like even if we homeschool our children, let's say we try to stay away from religious and the Bible because we know that there's something deeper inside, and we try to keep our children, you know, well rounded. Even if you never spoke to them about your feelings and what you believe, if they go out and they start playing with people, next thing you know, they're gonna start coming home and say, "Thank God." They're gonna start praying over the food, and you're not even gonna know where this is coming from. Well, it's coming from all the other peers of theirs, because obviously like we're in a world that's been almost like overrun with Bible and Christianity and things. And so like you know what I think like we need to do is kind of come up with ideas to talk to our children, but not in a way that makes it seem like we're opposing Christianity, but in a way where we can talk to them to let them understand why we feel the way we do so that they could see. So one of the things I tell my children is I was like, guys, you know, look at the world we live in. Look at all the fighting in the world. Look at all the wars in the world. And then look at how you grow up in school. Every day you go to school, you get the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God. You're not, you know, they're secretly putting God into our kids' mind and combining it with your state, combining it with your country. So that subliminally they grow up thinking they're American and they say one nation under God. They think they're Christian too. They don't know no better. So I think it's like we have to like tell our children, like tell them step by step how the world kind of plants that idea of that religion subconsciously in your minds. And then when you grow up, what it leads to is a kind of duality consciousness. We'll tell them, look at the world, look at all the worlds in the world, look at all the religions in the world. No one's got it right. No one's got it right. And that, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, that's why I said that's what I try to tell my kids. Religions are a tool. They're not necessarily bad, but also necessarily good. Not only good, you know, there's both in it. And then it's also like, we're born in different regions, and so if you're born in America, yes, you end up most likely being a Christian. If Middle Eastern, end up being a Muslim.
Yeah.
And that's something also which clicked. I mean, when I say young, I was like 15, 16 years old when that clicked with me, that most major religions have the same message. It's like I always believe they believe all in the same God. It's not a different God. They all believe in the source
I
where
know.
everything comes from.
Yeah.
I will say the vast majority of the world who considers themselves religion are, in this day and age, in 2025, monotheistic.
Yeah. Well, you know what, too? Like, what happens, right, is like when people separate creation, even when we move out of the church, we still have residue in our mental field about the idea of a creator or something that's out there that thinks and breathes and speaks, but maybe it not be Christian, but something else. And I like to take a mysterious approach to it, to where, like, you can't label it. I don't think it speaks. I don't think it listens. I don't think it hears. I think it's just pure creation, and just like you said, quiet light, like within us, but it cannot speak in words. It cannot be put in a book. It can only be experienced, and then its communication for each person will develop through synchronicities, random occurrences, things you think about, and you become closer to it in that way, but not in a religious sense, but in more like an inner sense. So a lot of people make the mistake of even atheists, right? Even atheists tend to, because they're not going to believe in God, they're going to say it's not a God. All of a sudden, they still create that opposite force of something that was created outside and to something, you know what I mean?
Correction. Atheists believe that there is no God.
What I'm saying is, like, as soon as you think like there's no God, it's the opposite of their belief that there is a God. You're still like kind of like agreeing to man's world that, okay, there's an idea of God. What I'm saying is, like, you eliminate the idea of that completely. But then the atheist aspect, like of course they don't, I don't know what they believe, but what I'm saying is always a side of a pole. Where I think there is always a third factor. There's always unity. And I think the unity is that is all-encompassing experience of creation, which just is.
I just want to make sure you understand the differentiation between agnostics and atheists. Agnostics just don't know. There may be a God, there may be gods, there may be no God. We don't know. Atheists strictly believe that there is no God.
Beautiful. Atomic, you got a story about stars?
Oh no, maybe. It's way out of subject.
Oh my goodness. Where is the chat
Less about the
going?
stars and more about things in the sky. It's short. I'll tell you guys real quick. I was driving out in the country night before last, on my way to a friend's house, and I saw what looks like a plane. And we always see things that are planes and look in the sky and we're like, oh, it's just a plane. Immediately write it off. I think a lot of us are looking up lately. But it looked like the plane was coming right at me, like the lights. They were so bright. They were like, it was like a car's headlights, like right in front of me. And they were just blinding. And it felt like it was getting closer and closer, but not like at the speed a plane would be. So it looks like it's flying straight towards me. And I'm just driving, just keeping my eyes on it. Like, okay, maybe it's not a plane. And so I get as close as I think I'm gonna get before it flies over the top of me, and the lights shut off completely. And then it's just it has like a circular set of what looks like airplane lights, like red and green. And it was just the most ironic thing because at first I was trying to justify it like, oh, maybe it's like one of those new delivery services, really heavy, big drone. And but it was the weirdest thing because it's not anywhere where somebody would be having something like that delivered. It's literally out in the middle of nowhere in South Carolina. And I thought It was the most ironic thing. I know a lot of us are experiencing all sorts of things, but yeah, that was my my little unidentified object.
Cool.
I saw one, and nobody believes me.
Of course not.
I was sitting on the beach late at night, and about 30 feet, 30 yards maybe, I don't know, between those two, I saw an orb of light just silently going probably like 30 miles an hour towards the right. And I was by myself, so no one can verify this, but I don't have any kind of personality disorder. So I was completely sober. It took me years to learn about ball lightning, and I think that's what it was.
No fun.
Well, it is
Right,
fun.
right.
It is fun because
Dodged it
I
all the
still
way.
don't know, and also ball lightning is weird as hell.
Did you actually see orbs though?
I saw one orb, and it was like 6 feet off of the water, like 6 feet above the water, going about 30 miles an hour, about 30 feet out from the shore.
I mean, I get that it's easy to like rationalize it and make fun of it, but do you believe it was just like ball lightning or something, or do you think that maybe you saw somebody?
Well, I think that's what people need to understand about what a UFO means. When people, yeah, exactly. When people said that UFOs are real, I'm like, okay, you're saying unidentified objects are real? Of course they are. Damn it. But yeah, it was unidentified, and it
Thanks
took
for
me
being here.
to come up with the conclusion that perhaps it was ball lightning.
Well, the reality is we're dealing with both mechanical objects and energy, and those are
That's
both very,
probably a
very
good
prevalent.
point. I'm sorry.
Huh? Go ahead.
I said that's probably a good point. I was just agreeing.
Yeah. So some of the things we are seeing are mechanical. They're inventions. But I definitely feel and observe that we're dealing with energies that can be classified or defined. They can be felt. They can be felt around 4. But what we're observing there, it's just as likely that it's something from another planet as it is former humans that have cast their energy out into the atmosphere. So we really don't know how to define it, but it is important to not gaslight ourselves into thinking that it's so easily explained.
I mean, as true as that is, I am a student of Occam's razor.
Oh.
What? What does that mean?
It means the most likely explanation is the most likely explanation.
That God is real?
Just leave it at that.
I hear you.
I'm leaving it at that.
I find it interesting, if
Welcome in,
anyone's
Blizzard.
ever seen it, that weird symbol on the back of the dollar bill, the Eye of Providence. Has anyone noticed that?
Yeah, the pyramid.
Yeah, and a lot of people think that it's the Eye of Horus, but it's actually the Eye of Providence, which is there's a huge difference.
That's a city in Rhode Island.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I was being goofy. I said that's a city in Rhode Island.
Makes
That's fine.
sense.
Providence. Yeah. So like, I thought that was interesting because that kind of thing is a very real supernatural sign that some people, myself included, have seen this eye that shines and is on fire, and it is from God. It may even be God's eye Himself. However, my question is did they just put it there as a coincidence? Like, was that God's intention, or were these people actually aware of the eye of God, or the eye of the eye of providence looking at us, the invisible eye? And that's something that not like this is not a ghost story. This is a real story. This is a real deal. There is an invisible eye watching us, and it is supernatural. It is from God,
It's the
and I can't
observer.
tell.
I would
I
say it's
can't
you
tell if the
yourself.
devil. No, no, no. I'm not.
Well,
I'm
it
not
just
even.
depends on your perspective. Everybody gets their
Right,
own
right. But
view, right?
that's what I'm saying. I'm not expressing an opinion or perspective. I'm talking about the seal on the back of the dollar bill, which shows the eye of providence, which is the eye of God. And some people, even myself included, have seen this eye from God, like literally in prayer. It's not a metaphorical, like, I think I saw a ghost. No, like, I literally saw a light
Some people
open
see
up in
it.
the sky, and
Some
it was
people
an
see the
eye.
eyes. Yeah, some people see the eyes as a gateway to the astral realm,
No, I'm not talking.
like
So
walls of eyes.
right. I'm not talking about a
There's a lot of
metaphorical third
symbolism.
eye. I'm saying it's not some symbolic representation. I'm saying a literal shooting star appeared in the sky when I prayed to God, and I was with two friends who seen this too, and I now realize that these things that they're talking about are very real. These are not symbols. These are real things, and that's how they talk about them too. But we say, oh, it's symbolic because obviously we don't believe it's real, right? But when you see it, you're like, wait a minute, that is a real thing.
Are you
That is
saying
very
you
real.
have to believe in order to see it?
Well, that would probably be a very good step because that's what I did. That's what we're told to do, to believe. But I'll be honest with you, I've had experiences when I chose to stop believing and God came to me anyways. And I think that there are some people out there that God chooses, that God does call. I don't know why. Obviously, no one does except for God. But God has a relationship with those people. And I think that if you know that you're one of those people, it's best, you pray to God, you meditate, and you stay close to God. Don't grow weary of Him, as you age throughout life, because the years go on even after our grave. So it's best to stay with God in your last moments. I think
Okay,
even
Yeah,
well, I
we're talking
appreciate
about
you.
this panel is actually talking about shedding like belief systems that maybe aren't serving you anymore. So
Yeah,
like
so
thinking that like for me, I had to kind of shed this belief of my view of God. I had to release that, and
I
so that was a
believe.
big step for me.
Right, right.
What do
And
you
so
believe?
what
this
I
is
want to say to you, Blue Jay, is what we're really looking for is something that all of us can relate to, something objective.
well, for me, I'm personally right now, and I'm not doing a very good job of it, but I'm actually trying to shed my sins. It's been a very, very interesting path for me, and I've been looking at certain things like gluttony. Like I like to eat a lot. There are things that I eat that are unhealthy. There are immoral things. There are, all kinds of things. I do take drugs, like marijuana. I smoke a lot of weed. And even though some of these things aren't technically bad, like just doing.
Oh, sorry. I'll invite him back up. I just, it's not 18 plus, so we can't be talking about certain substances.
But
Um,
he was on the right track, like getting back to something objective.
No, I see. I should have asked first. But yeah, I'm just trying to shed sins in my life. Like that's my. and I'm not doing it exactly like right now, but that's something that I'm aiming to do. Hopefully, before
Can
I
I
die.
can I say something to that? So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
when I was watching those near death experiences or podcasts listened to, so they would always, most of them would talk about the life review. And in this life review, they went through all their moments in life where, they did good or bad. But instead of their view, because they already seen their view, they've seen it and felt it from the opposite, from the other person. From if you made somebody happy, you would experience the joy and you would see what that joy led to in their life, because it's like it keeps going. When a person, if you're nice to a grocery clerk and the person goes home happy and is nice to his wife or whatever, it keeps going. And so they were talking about this life review, and it just made me so aware of like, okay, everything I do, every time I hurt someone, I will experience that. And so one thing I really want to do is like try to do as little harm as possible, so I don't have to experience that harm, you know. And so that's kind of like when you say about you want to shed your sins, that's basically, yeah, we want to just stop doing bad shit and mean
Yeah,
shit, hurting each other. Yeah.
yeah. No, I hear you. And
100, 100.
one thing that I really noticed is I kind of noticed I want to stop doing bad things, but I definitely think, and I hate that my mom said this because my mom is wrong on a lot of stuff, but she also can be right too. And I don't think that this is a quality that I possess. I think this is a quality that a lot of people can possess, even herself included. But I naturally am good, but I also naturally am evil. And I feel like I'm not trying to stop that evil in private, and that's not okay. Because I
Yeah.
notice,
But
I
I
don't,
think the first step is like you're aware of it, so that's already awesome. You're
Yeah,
going in the right direction.
for the sake of this conversation, unless you don't want to talk about it, I'm interested in where that conflict lies.
well, I mean, it's always, for me, I used to think that it was potential that people have things rooted in them, because that's kind of like the upbringing that we're based on, and that is possibly most potentially true. It's a huge mix. But I think that things happen daily. Like, I came up with this idea once that we have to be careful what it is that we uh, continue our thoughts off of, because one idea can branch to other ones. So like if it's a good idea or if it's something good, you can branch two new positive things from that. But if it's negative or bad, you can branch two negative things from that. And who knows if years later, because of that one thought that you chose not to correct, now you have all of these months, weeks, days of consistent negative thoughts.
Right? They
You see what
proved
I'm
that
saying?
scientifically. They can see that in the brain how it happens. When your thoughts are either positive or negative, the brain, the synapses, the connection it makes, it's based on those. And whatever you do, it will increase. So it's not just spiritual; it's like physically too.
Well, for me, like, even though I stopped going to church when I was 13, in my mid 20s, for some reason, I became more conservative than my parents.
That's
And I was just like, no, I'm not. I only want a woman who has no kids, uh, preferably a virgin. And my my parents were just like, we didn't teach you that. Like, we were both married before we met each other. And I'm like, well, fuck. Why do I think this way?
Huh.
right, right. And I think what it is a lot of us have this actual like natural calling to want to fulfill God's role, to fulfill our part. We feel that there is a different destiny waiting for us, and a lot of people are waking up to this, But we also have to recall one of the most beautiful things, and I have to come to accept this as much as anyone else does, that we don't follow the law. And because we don't follow the law, which, the law of God, which is that we would be virgins, that we're going to do this or that, you're going to have to really, be patient and wait for that person to run into you. Or, it's grace. And grace is the most beautiful thing because it means that even if you don't meet a virgin, that if you love that person and you both believe in God and you're both equally yoked in Christ, you come to find that, I found that too. My parents don't follow Christ in that same fashion that I want to. Even if I'm not like following God, as I said, I'm not perfect. But I find it's funny. Like I want to follow those ways more than they do, and I think that we're kind of homesick. Maybe it's a genetic thing, maybe it's a spiritual thing, or a mix of it all, but I hear you. But we
Well,
also have to have that grace, otherwise we kind of like will otherwise it's kind of like a mine kind of situation, or a gimme, and we can't be lost in that. You know what I mean? Because then you might find there's the risk of finding someone who is right for you, and then if you leave that person, and you know that was the person, and you go with someone else, that person should have been with another person, or maybe you're not supposed to be with anyone at all. Maybe I'm thinking too much on it. Maybe it doesn't matter that deeply. But I'm
maybe.
just saying,
I mean,
consider.
Do you
I
think
can't
that
analyze myself, but what I would say that I can gather from this, in my best attempt, is that I saw how wholesome my mother and father were, and I just ignored that they had a history behind them. So I wanted that perfect love.
And that's the beautiful thing. See, we envision, me and you, we envision this, like, this princess kind of girl. Not exactly that, but I'm just using an example. Whether it be this image or that image, goth or regular, whatever it is, that girl is not actually what we're envisioning in our heads. It's the reality, and that reality that they have a level of grace, even if they don't realize it. That level of grace allows them to kind of come together, and that's why we have to let go of those standards, because we always have those standards that we say, but then when you meet somebody and you feel something, and you're like, you know what, you really want to stay there, but you know what? Don't let me be the one to decide. That's my level of thinking.
I think you're absolutely right. The only correction is like maybe I want a goth girl.
Exactly. Yeah, and
All right,
that's
all right. Hold
great.
on one second. I just had Atomic Josh was trying to speak there for a moment.
Oh yeah, I just contemplating what y'all are talking about, and do you really believe that your connection to all that is limited to law? That there are some laws you must abide by in order to create that connection?
So I think that the laws are there to guide us to lead a perfect life. However, we can't live a life that is perfectly abiding by the law because that's not fun. That's not something that we literally. But there are certain laws that can be broken that are like clearly like not that they can be broken. What I'm saying is that if we're just thinking about united like our country's laws, yeah, you can break some laws, but other laws like murder, you can't do that. And especially with the Israelites,
Well,
we
technically
can.
you can. Technically you
But
can. You could
it's
still
No,
go to
ubiquitous.
heaven.
It's
And
ubiquitous that is a wrong thing to do.
right, and
we were
that's
All
the
right,
speaking on
guys. Hold
the
on.
laws of religion.
Let's not bring it around to that quite right now. I
Yeah.
did want to welcome in Joker though.
Welcome in, Joker. Good to see you, brother.
what's
Good
going
to
on.
see you,
How
Atomic
we
Josh.
doing? How
How's
you
everyone doing
doing?
today? I'm doing all right, man. I just got off work. I'm having a good time. Driving home right now. I can't really talk much because I don't want to get into a car crash. But I'm listening
Oh,
to
cool.
everything that's going on. So don't worry. I'm not going to put my camera up like last time. I ain't going to get doxxed or anything. But yeah,
Hell
guys,
yeah,
look,
man.
all I'm gonna say is this. I want to get on this prompt for a little bit, but like I said, I'm driving, so I can't really pay much attention. But I will say this: you guys are talking about God and the laws of God and this and that and the other thing. All I'm gonna say is this: Okay, I am not a Christian. Although I am a Christian, I don't believe in a God. I don't believe in the God that you guys worship. I believe in a God, though. Now, that means that I can worship any God that I so well desire. My God is more in between maybe Greek and Nordic gods. But that being said, I don't believe that. I mean, the laws are endless here. I mean, yeah, they can be broken. You can fight them as much as you want, but at the end of the day, law is law. You know what I mean? So,
Right,
yeah.
right. You know, as
Which is
Christians,
a
I
man-made. It's a man-made construct, right? It's a man-made construct, just like the Bible, just like religion.
Exactly.
It's
Yep.
man-made.
that's the thing right there. We don't want to
Even word is
say we
man-made.
don't. At least I wouldn't say that because for me, I don't believe that it's man-made. When we got the laws, the 613 laws, as well as when we have more specifically the 10 commandments, not the 613 statutes, but the 10 commandments are from God, and those were
Well,
written
we're not really
by.
trying to
That,
preach
that is
too
that is
much.
opinionated.
What I'm saying is that for me and my walk with God, because everyone has their own beliefs, and I know that people are obviously going to have their own different belief systems, but as Christians, you know, we are, if anyone else here is Christian, we all have to remember that the Scripture says we're called together to teach the same message, and it literally says that in the gospel. I don't remember what verse, but it says we're called together to teach the same message in the same attitude that it was taught to us, which is with grace, and to teach the truth, which is that Jesus is the Messiah and that God is the Father. And so we don't want to fall into
But a lot of us believe that's bullshit. A
paganism.
lot of us believe that's
There
bullshit.
is.
Not
The
in a
thing,
condescending way, but
UJ, that you have to understand is that only a third of people on this earth are Christian. And I know that's an overwhelming, huge population, but that is a third. That is not most people.
It is when you come to America or like Europe or like English
you're
speaking
trying
areas.
to lump other.
Because
You're even trying to lump us with by using the word "we." You're trying to lump us in with your belief system.
no, I'm saying for
And
Christians.
there's a
Yes, I
but.
said we
You're
for
making
Christians. And I wasn't speaking on my own behalf. I was quoting a verse in the scripture. The scripture says that we are to spread the same message. It's literally, I think that's what Paul says, in the same attitude that it was given to us, which is with grace and with truth. And that is our
Yep. Also,
acknowledgement.
search
Even Peter says that
scriptures.
we're.
It says a lot of different things, right? Definitely. But we're trying not to
Hallelujah.
get
Yes,
into
it
any
does.
biblical texts. We're not trying to get into any texts here too heavily. We like a wide variety.
Right.
Yeah, we're trying to
So
ask you, like,
just to bring
what
it
do
back.
you believe? If you could separate yourself from the Bible, what do you personally feel about life?
Okay. Well, I can't say that I separate myself from, because a person I believe in like a history book, but I hear what you're saying. So I personally believe that, for the last 2,000 years and the years before that and all that before, I really want to know more about the Native American history. That's a huge interest of mine, as well as I want to know, obviously, as much as anyone else, the history of the pyramids, in Egypt. But I don't know if there's other things I should get into on myself, even though they're not big of a deal. Because I don't know if I should just talk too much about myself. But yeah, that's like if I were to just get into the history of Native Americans, that would be probably huge for me.
Are you Native American?
Well, I'm Mexican, so I don't know what part of
Yeah,
Mexico, but
you're definitely Native.
yeah, I'm indigenous. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what we're getting at. Is we're trying to keep secular vibes, not really getting into religion, but like, how do you feel personally and spiritually with religion aside?
So For me, and I don't want to focus too much. Like I said, I don't want to focus too much on myself. I was definitely just saying that that's what I feel like. I want to share my worldview, and that I want to shed like the negative things that I'm doing in my life. I genuinely want to become a better person, even though I'm not good at it. Particularly. However, I do believe outside of like my spiritual views, I have a view of spiritual things and then carnal things, because that's how I mean that's part of my worldview as a Christian. So therefore, if I were to stop being a Christian, I would automatically associate anything to be physical. Like I would then go to hedonistic desires. I would appreciate more things that are and that's things that I like. So
I
those are
think
things I
I
would
think
consider.
you and I both know that's not true.
No, I'm
Christianity,
serious.
Christianity
I'm
is
saying
not
that
the
because
only
I've been
thing
in it.
keeping you from being a hedonistic, selfish person.
No,
You
no, I'm not saying. I didn't say anything about being
clearly have
selfish.
your own system of values that is instilled within yourself that is regardless of any religion.
Well, hold on. That's what, and I do appreciate what you're saying, because not everybody has that nature. But like I said earlier, for me, I like to be positive and very good on the out. Like that's how I am. But when I'm private and I'm alone, you know, I do have my own evil that I do. I don't know if anyone else does that kind of stuff. Obviously, not everyone does, but there are.
Connection, hell yeah.
Well,
But
yeah,
okay,
I mean,
so
yeah,
this is what I'm saying.
we
If I
do,
was
but of course,
if I
we
was
all have our own definition of evil.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. My definition of evil as a believer is things that are particularly carnal and other things that are genuinely objectively evil, right? Like we all think are evil, worldwide. But if I were to become a non-believer,
That last statement, that's what I want you to focus on. Things that are objectively evil. Because
right,
we all know that murder is bad, right? That's objectively evil. We all
and
know
that's
that robbing someone is bad. I think we would all agree that that is objectively evil.
Can I add a little piece?
Well, I'm not going to say that robbery is evil, but it's definitely on the bad note. I can attest to that.
Can I add a piece to that last part?
Illuminated,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry about that. Welcome
Oh,
in.
you're all
Thanks for
good.
being here.
Thank you. You all know the Fibonacci spiral, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can fit another one and another one and another one. So that's what the term like as above, so below. The smallest point within the Fibonacci is the biggest part of it. And the biggest part is the smallest point if you measure it all out. It all makes, without the other one, you can't have the other. And so what I mean by that is anything in life that you want to compare to if you point at any object or any person or any organization, you could place that and compare it to something. So I'll give you an example. The human society, human race, human mind, that could be likened to, we've all seen it. We're at a red light in a big city. You see a crazy guy, dirty clothes. He lives nowhere. He's running around. He's grabbing his head. He's bending down and leaning forward and picking things up off the ground. And he's screaming. He's in his own mind. And human beings, and especially as a collective, when we tell stories and write things down and pass information and post things, we are in our own minds. And just like you could tell that guy, hey, dude, you're in your own mind, dude. There's, just be with it. Just observe, bro. Just be part of, blend in. We should blend in like that to nature and to the way things work. If the sun come up every day at the same time, according to a schedule, so should we. If the moon comes up and has a rotation, we should be like of the world, but we don't. We wake up according to our jobs. We wake up according to, this is how they get us when we're 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, pre-K, kindergarten, first grade. They got us waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get ready to be at school at 7. And that's already against our clocks. Maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know. But something we're doing is not natural. And we've given the power to the people with the power to take that natural aspect of our lives away.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying, but I also think, and I'm not going to comment on anything else except for the last part. I feel like humans are just generally dissatisfied. So
Mm-hmm.
we've shown that throughout a long, long time. So, I don't think that it's that we're living in a negative or in a bad lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we as a people are not innocent enough to actually live the lifestyles that we want without committing genuine evil. And like we're so innocent that to the point where other people will see it as objectively evil to like not interact whenever someone else gets hurt or to not interact fast enough. I've been in those situations where I seen someone else kind of get hurt and I wasn't sure, and I seen videos of this happen and I wasn't sure why people act this way because it made me infuriated. But when I was in that situation, I was in shock. I was like, "Oh shoot! Like I have to do something. I'm the one on the spot now." And I hella like took my time, but when I finally acted on it, I realized that that is evil. That's what they mean when they say when good men do nothing, evil happens, or it's something like that.
No, I understand. I understand that you were in shock, but when I was very careful when I said objective truths because I'm talking about our society that we live in, that all
That
of
we
us
can observe.
Aside from that, we are
we
dissatisfied.
know that we're not supposed to do certain things, but that doesn't mean we have an obligation to be neutral or to not be neutral. Because, yeah, just like you said, sometimes we are in shock. We don't know what to do.
Well, no. What I'm stating is that your obligation is to get out of that state and to help if you can, obviously, and that's up to you. That's where the universal responsibility falls on you. If there is an invisible eye watching and there is no one that's going to interact except for you, and that's only if you can do something, because sometimes there's nothing you can do. It is on you to do something. If there's like a dog that's gonna remember that, I don't know if anyone else has seen that video of the cat, but there's like a cat that's like on a ledge and like it's gonna fall and the guy goes up and he helps the cat up and it turns out that there was 3 dogs. So that's what I'm saying, like you don't have to do anything. Technically, there's nothing universally stopping you from not doing anything. And if you're in shock, there's nothing obliging you as well. You can't put that responsibility on them. But if we're not so courteous to them, and we are more courteous towards the one who actually needs help, and we acknowledge that there is no one writing any books, there's no one writing any laws, so you can do whatever you want. Yes, it is up to you to choose to do the right thing and to save that person's life. It's also up to you to work out. It's up to you to get a job or to do what you can to make a living if you choose that. It's up to you to be kind. It's up to me. It's up to all of us. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not talking to you.
I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like what we in our global society consider objective evils would be like to rob somebody or to unalive them. I mean, I
And that's the thing
don't
too.
think anyone would disagree with that. Oh, it's evil to hurt somebody's feelings, man. To just say something messed up because you can do something. You can spend $1 million on the person the next day.
I'm talking about something we can all agree on because I don't necessarily believe that, but you would agree that it is evil to unalive someone, correct?
So the thing is that that's the thing.
Who's the person?
We're talking
A
about
random person.
we're talking about no gimmicks, no games. The person.
Okay, look, listen. Let me just kind of jump in for a little bit. I get what Lucid is saying, right? If you are unaliving someone because they did something really bad, or to make it simple, let's just go to a recent assassination, Charlie Kirk. Was that bad? Yes or no?
It was bad.
That was bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was bad, but yet there was still some people that was celebrating the fact that Charlie was no longer alive.
Exactly.
Right?
That's why truth is not always measured.
Well, people get to express themselves in many ways, so they're going to do it.
That's
if they
true.
have the internet. We're all
That's
online, so that's where our emotions are held for a lot of people. So,
yep.
You can't fault them. That's just kind of
I got to go back to work.
That there is no objective.
All right, Illuminated.
God
No
bless.
worries, man.
Universe bless.
Is the conclusion that there is no objective evil?
No, the conclusion.
Well, there kind of is an objective evil, though, if you really think about it, because if there is no evil, why is there evil in the world?
So for me, my view would be, and I'll try to just keep it short because I know I do ramble a little bit. For me, my view is this: as a Christian, and I believe many other Christians hold this view too, that there is an objective evil because God gave us laws. However, if you don't believe in God or if you don't have any like faith-based claim, there is actually no objective truth. Because the idea is that there is literally no objective truth. That it's all subjective. It's all based on each individual's view. So as Christians, we believe that the objective truth is that God did give us law, and our subjective views don't mean anything. But since we're all clearly Gentiles and we're not, Jewish people, we are not held to those laws. As well as even if you are Jewish, they can't follow those laws perfectly. So now we have grace because Jesus took our place on the cross, and that was the whole point. So we can't follow the law that is objective truth. So therefore, we're now living according to just being kind to one another, and basically just choosing to get married and worship God. But that's very difficult for a lot of people. A lot of people want to hurt each
Okay.
other.
I don't believe.
Yes, thank you for sharing your view. We do have other
Yeah,
panel
let's
members
go
in
ahead
here,
and
though.
start wrapping things up here.
Yeah, we have some other
Okay.
panel
Sorry,
members.
sorry, wandering. My bad, dude. You're doing good.
No worries, no worries.
I just want to say that not everyone believes in your religion.
Exactly.
But I think it would be very helpful for our society if we at least had a few objective truths that we realize is one thing is good and one thing is bad, and that's
Okay,
really
so
a problem. It's a big problem.
So,
We don't always.
can I
let me
interject,
wrap
guys?
Everyone believes
let
that
me wrap this up for. Let me just wrap this up, right?
of order.
Because
Some people
I'm kind of.
believe that court is not necessary, and they will attack you without the help of police officers or the assistance of court. Some people will unalive.
Okay. Hold on. Let's not go
Yeah,
that
can I?
intense today.
Can I?
This
Can
is
I just
13
interject for like
plus.
5
We're
minutes
not
here?
trying to freak anybody out. Go ahead, Joker.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, look, I'm kind of with Lucid on this one, and I'll say this, and then we'll end it right here. We say you're saying there is no greater evil. If there is no greater evil, then how come we have war? That is considered to be evil. We have war going on throughout the entire Middle East, preferably between Russia and Ukraine. You can't tell me there is no evil. And as for the good, yes, there is good people. Yes, there's good things going on in this world. But it's very rare for people to look at the good compared to the bad, because people want to look at the bad compared to the good. And I will land my plane right there.
I do believe there's good and evil, and I believe that is the will of God.
Wandering, can I take over?
Yeah, go ahead, Phoenix.
So, I agree with both of you. Blue Jay, I understand what you're trying to say. But I mentioned in the comments that there are religions that predate Christianity. Islam, Buddhism, Zoroastrianism. There's so many different religions. This Christianity only started,
Right.
2,000 years ago, right? How are the laws of that religion supposed to bind all of humanity? And please don't respond. I'm making a point.
Okay.
So that is my point right there, is that we already had laws before Christianity came about. And we already formed together as a society and understood basic things that we needed to do and not do before Christianity came about. So I would say that that's kind of what law was back then. And I also consider that to be what law is right now. It's an understood, it's almost subliminal kind of cord that binds a lot of people that are of the same mindset, that understand that in order to have order, we need to do certain things. And it's not necessarily about what's good or bad, it's about what keeps the balance. And that's really, really a hard line to walk. So morality has always been something very hard for me to explore for myself, and religion hasn't been my answer. I have to do a lot of deep diving within myself, look at my past experiences, look at how I could have done things differently, or I acted correctly in those situations. Yeah, I actually avoided something very bad for myself early on because I had ideologies about doing a certain thing that would be considered morally reprehensible to a lot of people here and in the world. So I just challenge you to think a little bit deeper. And as far as what's going on in the world today, yes, this is part of the process. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. And that's what I've been telling all of my friends since 2020. So I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just telling everybody you're doing what you need to be doing in order to get yourself right with how you feel about yourself, how you feel about the world, and how you feel about how you're going to handle the decisions that you have to deal with. And I think that's where I'm going to land right now.
Awesome. I love that. Very well spoken.
I was gonna
I
say
just had a
Phoenix.
thought. real
Phoenix is a
quickly.
wise one.
Yes. So what if during 2020 there was like some galactic review, and we were supposed to have a bunch of our humans like staying at home because they have the freedom, and so they're like, yeah, we just like stayed home. That's what our people do. And so the 2020 lockdowns was all just for a galactic spy, and they were like checking out the humans. Like, yep, they're just in their houses.
They're like,
Like,
So
we're gonna
look,
monitor this a
I
little
actually had
longer.
a,
They're like, we're gonna monitor
I
this a
have a
little
theory
longer.
about that.
Okay, everybody, you have to. We have to extend it longer. The Galactic
We'll come
Federation.
back
I
to
actually had a
another
small theory
2000.
about that.
Sorry, I
My
just thought of
theory is
that
this, right?
when Phoenix was talking.
What's
My the small theory that I had was, think of life, but like a huge TV show, and each person has their own TV show. So it can be like dramatic, and the aliens will watch it. It can be soap opera, the aliens can watch it. It can be gaming, the aliens can watch it. Whatever the case may be, during the lockdown. So that's how I feel.
Do you
That
think
There's
was
it's
so many
all on the
theories.
Truman Show.
or just us?
I had a question for you guys. Maybe you could.
Hey, T-Bone, welcome in.
How's it going?
And Radiant Rita as well. But yeah, T-Bone, go
Hey,
ahead.
how are you?
Yeah. What if you had one person that says, "I'm not going to count on there being an afterlife. This is what I got. This is my life," and then said, "I'm not going to use evil as a thing to say that's possessing me. I'm going to make a decision that's either going to be dark or be light." And then you have a person that says, "I believe in the afterlife. I'm going to be I'm going to live for eternity, and I believe in this evil." So that person with those beliefs compared to the other person, how much easier would it be for the second person to make a decision that was the easier decision that was better for them and harmful to others?
Well, just look at
How
Fox
much more
News.
easier would it be for that person to make those decisions because of what they believe?
Well,
I'm sorry,
it
but just
depends.
look at Fox News. There's your answer.
Yeah,
What if you
like,
don't believe, you just be?
well, then there's your
Person
first
one.
answer right there.
That was person one. But I'm just saying, like, how convenient is it to believe in evil when you're an awful person?
Okay, so
Well, okay,
maybe
so
maybe
look,
we shouldn't be talking about good and evil. Maybe we should rephrase that to what is
Can
accepted by
can I
society
respond?
and what is disdained by society in
Okay.
our
Yeah.
globalized culture.
I just wanted to add one thought. I'm the kind of person that explores all avenues if possible. And whether it will be deemed evil or good, I usually try to choose the good path, but sometimes I'm the villain. And it's not necessarily that I've done something bad, but I'm going to be a villain in that person's eyes. So it doesn't
You're never a
matter
villain.
necessarily whether, like, the action itself is bad.
Causing harm.
Well, yeah, I've
Some
hurt people
harm
too,
or
sure, but
harm.
not
Like
like
someone could not
not
like what you do. That doesn't mean it's evil.
Right, right. So
exactly.
I
Yeah,
mean,
like
it may not be evil.
let's put it this way. What if you made a decision and you're contemplating, did I do something good or bad?
Well,
If you
okay,
had if you
let
had a
me.
jury, if you had a jury of your peers and you were on trial, would they agree that you did good or bad? Maybe
But
we
do we
should look at
trust
it
the
like that.
court? Do we trust the system? Do we
No,
My
believe
no,
point
what
no.
of
the
view
I'm
is
system
totally
saying
on
that's
my
how we
side.
view it.
I can
I'm not
I
saying you're
got good
going to
I
friends.
court
like
for every
looking.
decision you make in your life. I'm
Yeah.
saying if you viewed it that way, then maybe
It can
that
add
would
unneeded
that
pressure
would
that
give
way,
you
though.
that would
It
give
will.
you
Yeah.
an
How
inkling
I
how
would
many
say
people
of
have
it's
watched
whether you
Star
did
Trek?
the right or the wrong thing.
it's going to give you some
How many
unneeded
people have
pressure,
watched
though.
Star Trek?
I
Oh
have
God, Jesus!
No,
I
sorry,
unfortunately have watched
Joker.
Star Trek. No, no, it's
Yeah,
fine. It's
so
fine, Phoenix. I've
um
seen Star Trek.
so how many of you seen the first, or I think it's the first episode where Picard is just being grilled by Q, who is just this like uh vast consciousness of the universe, and he's being judged as a human and put on trial for
Mm-hmm.
everything that he's done wrong. So that's
That
kind
almost
of
sounds
what I'm
like Planet of
comparing
the
this
Apes.
question to. Like, how do you actually balance good versus bad, good versus
Well,
evil?
okay.
That I was also answering T-Bone.
Phoenix, I'm sorry.
No. That was my point. Is like, how do you actually equivalate anything when you don't have any sort of source code, basically?
Oh, so if the outcome causes positive,
You're like one bar, T-Bone.
that
Is
would
that just
Yeah.
me?
the opposite of dark. Dark would
No.
be something that causes low vibration and something that'll eventually harm itself to where it doesn't exist anymore.
I
So,
think we
okay,
lost some
to
of
kind
that.
to
I
kind
kind
of
of like that
answer your
Go
question,
analogy.
ahead.
Phoenix. To kind of answer your question, Phoenix, your scenario of what Star Trek is reminds me of a scene of Planet of the Apes, the old version of Planet of the Apes, to where the humans kind of came into the ape place and they're like trying to take the humans away, and then like out of the blues they're like, these humans are not to be trifled with and this and that, and then they're like, well, they can't even speak to us, and then the captain, I forgot his name for the life of me, but his first line to the ape was, take your stinking hands off me, you damn dirty ape. And the reason why I say that is because um there's a big difference between good and evil. And a lot of people will be saying that like good is like, you're trying to help someone or you're trying to save someone. That's awesome right there. If you're trying to save someone or help someone, that's good. However, that can also be bad, because what if that person that you just saved is now going to be the biggest thievery in all of the United States or wherever he's going to be, and now you are the one that said, I just saved that man literally 5 minutes ago from a certain death, and now here he is trying to take people's money like that. Now that's evil right
Well,
there.
That's an
However,
excellent.
I'm.
No. That's an excellent point. But
It is an excellent
we
point.
cannot
be meta in that state, in this sense.
And I was also going to say that I do think that robbery does not necessarily mean evil, because I'm sorry, there
Okay,
is
but
a
if you're just
history.
helping,
There's a. I'm sorry. Can I please continue? There
well, you
is a
interrupted me.
history of robbery, like in human history, where people's hands were chopped off for stealing a loaf of bread. Is that evil? I think the act of chopping someone's hand off is evil. That's what I'm trying to get like more information on. Like, where does that dichotomy, like, where does that, where are we right now? Because I hear a lot of people saying that robbery is bad, but we're being robbed ourselves as the lower class.
I wasn't talking about
Hold on, guys.
chopping off
I
of
do want to
anyone's
welcome
hand.
in. Yeah, I understand. I don't want to get into that too much, but Miro, welcome in. How are you doing?
Errol, the old man of the group. What's up, my man?
You know, something I don't understand. I don't know
Hey,
if this is
guys.
all too off subject.
Okay.
Hold on. Go ahead, Miro.
I was just listening to what my dude was about to say there. Let him finish, and I'll jump back on.
No,
Okay,
I,
Blue.
I I appreciate the respect, Morrow. I have been here for a while and I didn't speak for a minute. Maybe I spoke out of turn, but that was definitely a little bit, I was trying to be respectful. I feel that was disrespectful. So you guys have a good day, and yeah, you take care.
Peace.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, like, we can't go too meta and like what our involvement does. I think if we just directly try to do good for the people that directly surround us, then that's doing the right thing.
Thank you for saying that.
And it's not just
Good
us,
job, Luther.
just not just the immediate people around us. We're doing it for all brothers and sisters.
Well,
Amen.
I mean that is true,
Conscious
but
and draw
I
breath.
think what is most important is to affect the people immediately around you because they see your personality. They're the ones who see who you are and how you want to help them if you are able. When you get too meta, you start to lose that.
So, Luther, let me ask you. Let me give you a quick scenario, real quick. Say I'm coming up to you aggressively, but I'm just trying to give you a hug. Would that be considered evil or good? I'm coming up to you aggressively, like I'm trying to chase after you, but yet I'm trying to give you a hug in the process. So would that be considered good or evil?
I would say confusing, and you
I would
should
say you
probably
are
like learn some social cues.
Right, but that's my point there. Like you can't tell if someone's going to be good just by their actions alone, you know. And
Yeah, hey,
that's
can I
why a
say
lot of
something?
people. Go ahead, Merle.
So, on this conversation that we're having right now, say your child was needing the same exact thing as the say the homeless guy that was standing next to your child, and they both needed the exact same thing. Would you be willing to help that homeless man over your child?
No,
You wouldn't?
Oh no.
Why
no,
not?
because it's
Yes,
my child versus a random stranger.
Why not?
I have 4 children.
I just want to honestly understand his
No,
reason
I
why.
will be happy to explain it
Yeah,
because
please.
I have invested my time and my life and my love into this person versus a random stranger. So if I had to choose between the two, it's pretty obvious what we would all do.
Okay, so I want to point
Well,
this out to
okay.
you. Hold on, let me say this. So the infinite source, the love energy, the unconditional love of God, the so-called God that we all a maze over. Do you think God's going to choose the person that's closest to him over the stranger?
I don't
So
necessarily believe in God, so that argument is fallacy.
Well, I'm with you there. I don't believe in a certain physical type of what people say God is. People don't understand what God is nowadays, but I'm just saying, would unconditional love choose this over that?
so I kind of see what you're getting at,
Love is
Merle, and
something. I mean,
I
I'm sorry, Joker. Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, real quick. I understand where you're going at, Merle. Like you, but the thing is that that's basically asking you. That's basically asking everyone that's up here on the panel. Who would you rather choose, your own flesh and blood or a complete random stranger? Now, I get that. I would love to help my kid out. However, it depends on how desperate the homeless guy is. Now, just because he's desperate and he's wanting the same thing that my child wants doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be spending it on the homeless guy. I would like to go up to the homeless guy first and be like, "Hey, what's going on? Can I help you somehow?" And if I can't help him, I'm gonna back off and help my kid instead, because that's my flesh and blood. I can't just abandon my kid just because I want to help this homeless guy out. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, well, I just want all of you guys to know there was no right or wrong answer to that question. It was just a simple thing for me to understand where your guys' hearts were at.
Okay.
Well, our
Yeah,
heart,
that's
our
that's
heart,
what I was gonna try and say is that
Give to each man
yeah,
unto
that
his need.
our
yeah,
hearts are
like
ultimately
everybody,
selfish.
you don't know what everybody's going through in everyday life, and I think that's where I've been like not my entire life, but it's what I've come to realize is that hey, you just need to help people out because hey, I was there like 10 years ago. Who knows what they're going through? Okay, they may be a grifter. They may be someone that is just out there just to get money. Sure, cool. They're holding up a sign. They say they need help. I would like to help if I can. And that's my point of view. I feel like I'm sorry, Joker, to analyze a little bit, but you said that you would do something based on something, which means that you have conditional love. And
Right.
I'm talking about unconditional love.
Unconditional
And I'm
love is
only
something you have for your flesh and blood.
and I know a lot of people don't understand unconditional love. But I feel like that's the question right now is unconditional love. What is it? Because we are supposed to have unconditional love for our family and our friends and that sort of thing. But do we really? So I'm not trying to target anybody. I'm not trying to single anybody out or anything like that. But I also question what people say to me when they say that they love people. Because
Well,
I've gone
okay.
through this myself.
Well, I wanna do the opposite question. That was a great prompt, by the way, about the homeless person versus your own child who needed the same medication, and he could only have a catch-22 Sophie's choice type of situation and choose between the two. How bad of a person would you be if you chose the stranger over your own child?
I don't feel that you would be a bad person if you chose the stranger over your child. Just because I chose the stranger over my child doesn't mean the family that's behind me wouldn't take care of my child.
You know, that's the other thing too. If they both want the same medicine, can't you just buy it and then just split it between?
Let them fight to the death for it?
No,
Well,
I
that's
mean,
also
like,
what's happening is
Hey,
medicine
hey, you
is
guys. I would
sorry.
honestly like to. No, it's okay. It's okay. And I apologize for stepping in and cutting you guys off. But I just wanted to say that I love all of you guys and I've missed the hell out of you guys. I haven't been around in a couple of days, actually, probably about a week. And I really miss you guys. And I love coming over here and learning from you guys experiencing all these amazing things that we talk about. And I just want to say I love all of you guys, and I'm so honored to be here with you guys. But just remember, no matter what situations we are put in this life, whether we have to choose this, whether we have to choose that, always remember to just follow your heart, because your heart
Yes.
is your true
Yes.
ultimate power. Your heart is your superpower. Your heart is
Hoorah.
the frequency of your whole entire life. Your heart is the frequency. Your heart bears the frequency of God. Your heart bears everything. Your heart will lead you and guide you exactly where you need to be, as long as you are willing to trust and surrender to it.
Merle,
I
you are
I
the wise
Thank you,
guy
appreciate
out of
Merle.
every
panel.
single one
I
of
Love
us.
love
you.
Thank you so
everybody.
much,
I
man.
love you, Merle.
I love you guys too.
If your heart is evil like mine, just don't listen to it though.
Yeah, welcome in, Dylan. We also have Dex on the panel. Dex, are you there?
Yeah, still here.
Welcome in. So glad to have you up here, my friend.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Anything
You
you'd
guys
like
are
to
pretty
share?
cool, man. I would. I thoroughly enjoy conversations like this because I've been on a lot of panels lately where it's, as soon as you say something that disagrees with somebody on the panel, it's complete chaos. And so, whether or not, people, it's just awesome to see that you can have a conversation that is clearly has a polar to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, one people might go this way, one people might go that way, and then some people go down the middle. That if you choose a side, either or, everybody's not trying to kill each other over it. You know what I mean? Or unalive. I apologize.
No
But
worries.
one of the biggest things I wanted to say was Phoenix was talking about unconditional love and what is it. Uh, me and this other person have been me and this other person have been on this live lately talking about this. Is there such thing as unconditional love? And if there was, is it unhealthy? Personally, I don't believe no matter which love you're talking about, because of course you have the different levels to stuff, right? So you got familial love, that's paternal, maternal, with your cousins, brothers and sisters and stuff, aunts and uncles. You have the love you have for friends, the love you have for strangers, agape, which is God's love, right? So like you have the different stages of love too. In my personal opinion, I feel like there is no such thing as conditions. I feel like even if you have to go to an extreme, that love is an emotion, right? So like there can be things that causes the love that you have for somebody to change. Now, not all the times, like say for instance, is it for like, let's say for your significant other, like, at one point it was the Bruno Mars, I catch a grenade for you, you know what I'm saying? And then, not, does it have to automatically go if they do something crazy to the Big Sean, I don't fuck with you, you know what I'm saying? Like, but sometimes they do something, i.e. they could cheat, you could find out they're living a secret life, whatever it is in that secret life. We don't have to go off in the tangents of those, but and it changes your viewpoint of them to the point where it's not the same type of love. And if that can happen, regardless of the extreme of which it goes, I believe those are conditions that is a condition causing it not to be, causing love not to be unconditional. It has a condition on it, saying I love you like this unless you do this, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's the craziest thing in the world, like, whatever you want to put there. The other thing I wanted to say about what you guys were talking about, I came a little late because I thought I was going to talk about the prompt, was about good and evil. A lot of people talk about good and evil. Good and evil is, of course, in the eye of the beholder. We can all feel like there's a universal truth to good and a universal truth to evil, but it's also universally known that you cannot appease everybody. You cannot make everybody happy, no matter what the decision is you make. If you decide that you want to do something that helps out 98% of the world, well, there's still 2% that gets, screwed over by it somehow, and you can't help them out. Is that a good thing? To the vast majority of the world it is, but to that 2% it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So good and evil in my eyes is a perspective. We know that, unaliving somebody is bad. Phoenix was given the example of how in Middle Eastern countries, I hello, sir. How in Middle Eastern countries, they were chopping hands off of people who used to steal loaves of bread because they were hungry or, to sell it, whatever they were doing. And that was what they thought as, that was what the government thought as was a good way to deter people from doing something bad. So you did something bad, whatever they didn't really have a prison system at that time or whatever it was, that caused them to come to that decision. This is what they thought was good for the community, was to say, hey, if you steal a loaf of bread, I'm gonna take your hand. Just don't steal the loaf of bread. You know what I'm saying? Don't force me to do something I don't want to do, but I have to do because you don't want to do what you're supposed to do or what is good. Somebody worked hard for that bread or whatever it is that you stole and you took it, you didn't earn it, so this is what we're going to do to you. And it's unfortunate, but it's on the same scale of spanking your children. At one time it was considered something you did. When your child was misbehaving in a point where you thought this was not good behavior, you spanked them or you did whatever you did to punish them, to deter them from that bad behavior that you saw. And so, but now, 2025, don't put your hands on your kid. Yeah, all the kids know, hey, you go to jail for, child abuse and stuff like that. But I'll listen now. I just talked for like 40 minutes.
And okay, so I took in everything you said, but I have to say that I think taking a piece of bread that you didn't pay for or spanking your child is way down the ranks from chopping off someone's hands. That is far more.
He talks about like back in the Middle Ages.
Why are we going so dark again, guys? I was like, let's hold it back.
I'm not trying to go dark, but I'm trying to.
Because he mentioned it like
What's
2 minutes
darker
ago.
than the dark ages? I know, but I pulled it back there too.
Sorry, guys. I'm
Yeah,
the
I
one
didn't
that
mean
did
it.
that.
I didn't mean it. Right. I didn't mean it like I was trying to use it as an example to say that at that point in time, they thought that doing this to people who, and they had all types of different types of punishments, but they thought at that time that doing that to somebody was better for the community than than whatever the other punishment was. Correct thinking or not, that's the point. Is good and evil is a perspective. They thought that doing this,
Maybe even the
Yeah,
punishment
that's
was
also
evil.
what I was trying to
okay.
say, is that good and evil is what we live with in our current climate. Like people define for us what good and evil is, rather than us defining what good and evil is. So we have to actually go back within ourselves to define what good and evil is, because everybody has also, they've already defined it outside of ourselves for us, what
Right.
good and evil is.
Well, this goes back to what I was saying. That we need to stop being so meta. We need to stop doing things because we're just following orders. We need to know, what am I doing to this person? Because they are just as much a person as I am a person.
Gotta raise our
That's how
kids.
we
That's
need to look at it.
You treat everybody as if it is you. If you harm someone, you're harming yourself.
Yes.
You treat everyone this
Yes.
way in your immediate circle. If the universe wants to, by its power, deem this group worthy and raise us up to a pedestal where everyone could see us as examples, so be it. I'm ready.
So
Hell
I
yeah.
see,
Same
I
here.
see,
I'm ready, man.
I see love. I see good and evil as love and an absence of love. So when I see or experience evil, I understand that it's an absence of love. And when I see good, I understand that that's a presence of love, if that makes sense to anybody. And
Yes, it does.
the whole thing with the stealing of the food and stuff like that, people that steal, they're just in a lower vibration, a lower mindset. They're in a state of lack. And it breaks my heart to see people out here like that nowadays, because I'm down here at the beach, Myrtle Beach here, and I see so much of it, man. I see people stealing all the time from the grocery stores. and stuff. And I feel so bad for him, man, because for a man to have to lower his vibration so low that he has to go into a grocery store and steal his food to eat, it breaks my heart, man. It breaks my heart so bad, because nobody on this face of earth should be suffering, because we was put here to create, to experience love and joy and peace and happiness, but we fucked it up. We made it this way. We let the powers above us take over and do all this shit to us. It's our freaking fault.
And I think that that's what I was going for, Merle. Thank you so much for backing me up a little bit on that, even though you didn't know you were backing me up. But that's what my point was with robbery is not. Yes, I understand people sometimes have malicious intent when they like break into people's homes and they do really, really, really bad things. But if it's purely for stealing or to like provide sustenance for their own lives, I don't think robbery essentially is evil, because it's a way that you need to make your own life work.
I agree.
And provide for your family, because that's the only choice you have.
Well, I want to be clear. There's a difference between stealing, robbery, and burglary. Robbery is where you basically hold people captive.
Okay, well, that is a good distinction that you didn't make before.
Well, I don't want to get
Taking
into
with
that
force,
too much.
yes.
But I am thankful for you guys being here. I was going to end it here soon. I didn't know if you guys had any final thoughts for today.
I have one on the unconditional love. What if we stopped using the word conditions and just said, we got to maintain our boundaries, and if
Yeah.
we can extend our love that we have for ourselves because we don't have it outside of what we have to sustain ourselves, that's acceptable in that moment, with no shame or guilt, or but what we sacrifice for others, pieces of us that we give others that are over and above what we know. When we have a good relationship with ourselves, we know what we're doing and why what we want to gain from it, and we're okay with it, hopefully. And we do it every now and then.
Yeah.
And it might work and it might not, but it's love. I mean, I can love everybody the same these days, and a lot of people don't take from me anymore, so I got a lot of it.
But are you willing to love the people that hurt you too? Are you willing to love the people that wronged you?
Every day's a new day,
Every day's a new day.
but they don't get to just degrade you or diminish your existence. I mean, that's bad.
So
For those
one thing that I've learned on this path that I've been on is trying to learn to love others that harmed you and did you wrong or lowered your vibration in any kind of way. It makes you so much stronger. Just being able to release that energy of doubt towards that other person, because once you understand who you are and what you are and why you're here, it makes it easier to forgive people for the things that they have done to you and the things that has maybe even things that's even happened to them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they always say you don't forgive people for them, you forgive people for you.
Yeah,
Right.
I wanted to kind of jump on Merle's prompt for a little bit about between the your kid and the homeless guy. What if it was your friend? So it's your friend between your kid. What would you choose then?
I've never had a kid, so I can't relate.
I think.
Well,
I think. Go ahead, Merle.
No, go ahead, brother. This is your show.
I was gonna
You're
say
the king
that.
around here.
I'll let you go next though. I commented it's still kind of the same outcome, no matter who you put between the two that you're choosing. It's just you who's got to live with the results. So how can you make peace with it in the end? Is what I was gonna
Fair.
answer back.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
I would
Go ahead, Merle.
piggyback on that, Joker, is that you just have to balance yourself each day, I think, and figure out where your priorities lie. So, like, are you going to make this a you day? Are you going to make it how you're going to figure out how to interact with the community day? Or it's a lot of those.
Yep, she left. She teacupped.
So I'm going to answer your question, Joker. I would surrender it to Source. I would surrender that decision to Source. I wouldn't make that decision.
Would it because it'd be too hard, or is it just because?
It's not my place. It's not my place to choose. I'm a soul down here on a contract to do something. Okay? I'm a soul down here on a contract to do something. It's not my place to make decisions. It's Source's
If you look at it,
decisions.
if you look at it from the higher power perspective, wouldn't you think that someone or some entity wants you to make that decision? To be sure of yourself.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Like I said a little while back, if it was my decision, I would just listen to my heart. I would surrender it and listen to my heart. And whatever my heart tells me, that's what I would go with, because I believe that would be the Source answer.
There you go.
Sometimes we have to make difficult decisions.
No matter how difficult that decision would be, even if it was to pick the stranger over my own son.
I second that. That's exactly how I look at it. Exactly.
Beautiful.
Well said. Yeah.
I like these final thoughts. These have been great, my friends. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you for having us, as always.
Oh my God, man, I've missed you guys so
Thanks
much.
for
man.
having
You guys
us.
have no clue.
Good vibes,
Hey,
man.
good vibes.
Yeah.
There we go. Recharge.
Good
All right.
deal.
Much love,
Wandering,
everybody.
be ready, because I'm definitely gonna need you tomorrow.
We'll see how it goes. I'll see
Oh
if I
man,
can.
it's gonna be intense.
I'll try to remember.
Much love to all.
All right, peace.
All right, guys. I'll catch you guys later.